We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello. Today's cutting-edge appliances are technologically advanced with many features designed to make life easier. To ensure the appliances you choose accomplish that, it's important to compare and explore a variety of options at once. That's why at National Appliance Warehouse, we created an incredible showroom for customers to do just that. 6 times the size of an average chain store, our showroom is large enough to display the over 100 brands we sell. And I'm not the only guru. Our whole team of friendly professionals not only answer questions, but suggest questions to ask so that you end up with the perfect appliances for you.
Backed by popular demand, it's the Friends and Family Savings Event at National Appliance Warehouse. Enjoy huge savings on GE appliances. Save up to 33% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You know, this week we think about 5 years. 5 years since the ridiculous pandemic shutdowns began. What we know now, what we wish we knew then. And in many ways, we did know, didn't we? It's a lesson in following your instincts and believing in your instincts. But I believe that what went down in the USA 5 years ago this week matters as far as it's part of the reason and one of the many reasons when you think about how we just voted. Because once the truth started coming out, I think all of us realized we got to fight for everything we believe in. And speaking of that, upcoming up, I'm honored to welcome in Rob O'Neill in the next hour. And he's an American hero. When we talk about making sure that you never forget September 11th. I remember where I was that day reporting live here in Philadelphia at City Hall. But, you know, you think about the fight for freedom and how it must continue. And that's poignant, is it not? When you think of September 11th, but also different enemies. And sometimes it's the enemy within. And that's really, you know, interviewing somebody like Rob O'Neill, Navy SEAL, and took down an evil terrorist mastermind. You'll hear from him and hear his inspiration, what he's doing now. But I just think he's somebody who's an angel on this earth, and I appreciate him. Can't wait to have the conversation. But just think about this. It's really biblical, is it not? That we can never slack off. We can never be asleep. We can never be unprepared. Because you think about what happened 5 years ago this week and what they tried to do to us and what they did to our kids. They damaged us, our kids, our health, and for many of us lost loved ones in nursing homes. I mean, it was crazy. It should never happen again, especially not in America. Hey, Dawn Stensland, good morning. Glad to have you here. We'll get into some breaking news, some news of the day, talk about Doge, Trump, all the latest. And yes, you'll get my take on the stock market, what's happening, a financial snapshot, how the media malpractice continues to this minute. And also, on a lighter, brighter note, got a nice little text from one of you going on the Italy trip. Dawn, do you have advice on how to pack for Italy? Because we're going in a month, baby.
Ooh.
Can't wait. I can't wait. And
I want to hear this advice.
So we'll talk about that. And for those of you who are going again on this trip, thank you. But we want to, moving forward, 855-839-1210. If you have some packing advice, what to pack, what not to pack, what you need, what you don't. But I can't believe we're going again. I'm so blessed, and I can't wait to be with so many of you. I got to give Mary, and we've become friends. I mean, that's the cool thing. Conservativetours.com. If you missed out on this one, Dom is going on another one, and we just love Ken Chase. We love Conservative Tours, but it's so much fun. And seriously, I mean, Larry and I have made dear lifelong friends from conservativetours.com, and thanks to Ken Chase and Romina and her brother. So we'll talk about all of it, yes. But let's begin as well. I do have this new information, and Dan Borowski in the house, Jimmy Kelly in the house. Hey, how you doing?
Doing good.
So I don't know, we are so busy in the morning. There's so much breaking, and so we're just fluid. We're going. So I wanted to touch on this plane crash in Lancaster County just because we have some new information. But Dan and I, we're kind of, it's like an arranged marriage. Like we're thrown together every day. Well, that's a weird analogy, but I made it after the reality show that Greg Stocker was talking about. But the new information about the small plane that crashed in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, the 5 people on board, they're saying this is a miracle. If you see that fiery crash scene, it's just a miracle that they survived this. Now, they are hospitalized. They had to be rescued. But this Beechcraft Bonanza aircraft went down Sunday afternoon, not long after takeoff. We're hearing there was a technical problem with the plane that the door...
347 Mike, roger, runway 26, clear to land.
26, clear to land, 347 Mike.
And 347 Mike, pull up.
Rescue 1, Lancaster Tower, the aircraft is down out just behind the terminal on the parking lot street area.
The voice that you heard was the pilot, identified as an executive board member of Venture Jets, and he's being credited, I believe, with doing a great job here because they realized something happened with the door. I don't know if it blew off, it wouldn't close. NTSB investigating, FAA in the midst of the investigation as well. What happened? This is a very small 6-seater plane en route to Springfield, Ohio, and crashing. NTSB was on the scene and privately owned, being used for personal family travel. That's what we're getting. But that was the voice, and thank you, Dan, for Matt White, the pilot there.
I also have a fire chief, Scott Little, as well.
A small 6-seater aircraft, a Beechcraft Bonanza, crashed here on the property of Brotherton Village. 5 passengers were on board. All 5 passengers were transported by local EMS agencies to local hospitals for treatment. No structural damage occurred on the Brotherton Village property. We did have multiple vehicles catch on fire due to the aircraft. We are now transitioning to a recovery and an investigation phase, and we are awaiting additional information from our federal partners on next steps.
So we're hearing from the authorities that all 5 of those individuals were transported to Lancaster General Hospital, and they're still in the hospital. Some of them, apparently at least 2, are still in the burn unit. So this thing it crashed. It's a small plane and it burst into flames. So I don't know if the pilot is one of those 3 that is one of the several still being treated in one end of the hospital. What it appears to me, 2 are badly burned. And then the other 3 also suffered injuries, but not as badly burned. So I don't know if the pilot, which, they're not naming, who was most, seriously injured, but they're certainly saying the fact that these individuals survived is incredible. And as well with the pilot, that he was able to find this tiny little area that's a parking lot of this residential senior home where nobody on the ground was hurt. That's unbelievable.
It's like your standard like condo neighborhood, and it's crazy because he landed right in the parking lot that's just surrounded by like those similar looking buildings. It's fascinating he was able to do that.
And it's almost like it's reserved parking, and it's literally as if he lands in an empty parking spot. Yeah. There are sedans right next to where he crashed. Do you know what I'm saying? So it's crazy. I know Pennsylvania State Police on the ground assisting with the local firefighters, first responders rushing to that scene. This is Manheim Township, but they said that they had a lot of resources, a lot of first responders. Everybody was just kind of shaking their head saying, oh my goodness, I couldn't believe with the level of this thing erupted into flames and then the billowing smoke. People just were just inspired by this as a miracle. That's what they kept calling it, because it was the fact that these people did not perish and nobody on the ground did either. And this is about a month after 7 people were killed in that air ambulance in the Northeast here in Philadelphia burst into flames after crashing onto a busy Philadelphia street. 1 person on the ground killed, a ton of damage. Also wanted to update you as well. Another story locally is that there was this community meeting in Abington. This is Montgomery County. I know they met, and people are very upset about the fact that a lot of people somehow they didn't realize that huge industrial military complex, if you will, making military parts, was right, situated by Penn State Abington and close to a residential area. Abington is a beautiful suburb here locally, and I love it. Obviously, I have a son there at Penn State Abington. The fact that they had that plant on fire, and we've talked about it, there are many lawsuits, and in fact, now the growing lawsuit that's a class action. People are saying what was burning. We're not so sure that we're safe. We're worried about the groundwater issues. We're worried about the pollutants that we're breathing in. So a pretty heated community meeting as well. We'll talk about that. And I can't wait. Dan sent me this story. I actually forgot about it until I was reviewing your text, Dan, from last night. Let's end on a light one if we can, or unless you want me to tease it. We talk all the time about how many hours other people work, right? So I think most of us, we're hardworking individuals. For those of you, if you're watching on YouTube, if you're listening, you're driving, you're running errands, maybe you have one earpiece in and you kind of listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, on the side, a lot of moms driving kids, right? And so Vanna White was in the news. She was admitting how many hours she works, how many shows she does, and how much money she makes per show per day. It's look, good for her. Some people criticizing her. I know, I love the Dolly Parton.
But it's only she works 34 days throughout the entire year, dog. I get it if it's
Now they're long days.
But yes, they're long days. So and so are many other jobs that work 350 days a year,
Like, it's nothing for us to work a 12-hour day, right? When you think about it, because we're here, but then we're doing show prep like nonstop, right? And so it never ends. But for her, what's the breakdown of the math as far as the money is unbelievable.
So she was on with Elvis Duran, and she told them that she says 34 days a year, and she says they do 6 episodes in one day. So I've never been a TV person, but that's
ambitious.
That is an abnormally high load.
It is.
Yeah, but it's only.
But here's what
a cumulative a month of a year,
But here's what I would say about it, because they schedule the crew. These are union crew members, a huge crew.
Okay.
They obviously have it down to a science, but they're saving a ton of money with the crew, because I guarantee you that crew, it's obviously a studio on a studio set. So that crew, they have to schedule those 34 days, and they're working on others. ABC, right? Is it ABC? Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're on a network set. So they're doing other projects, no doubt. The crew, the union crew, all of those production folk, right? So to the point that you can't, because I work for CBS News Network in New York, so it's union, meaning you cannot put a microphone on. You do not touch the equipment. Do you know what I'm saying? Like the lavalier mic that we wear.
And that's solely out of fear of the union?
Yes.
Wow.
Well,
strong union.
They can use me as their excuse because, as everybody knows, if I touch something technical, if I look at it, it has a technical problem, right? So they love me. But so it's money saving for the technical crews, but for the on-air talent, and look, she's consistent. I mean, she's had this job forever. She is.
Well, it's not hard when you only work 34 days in a year.
Well, good for. She probably does other gigs though. I'm sure that she does.
Does she though?
I believe she does. You know, she does speaking engagements. She endorses products. She does other stuff on the side. And so, good kudos to her. I mean, good for her. And it's funny that she admitted it, though, right? She admitted it. Nobody else talks about that.
And she says, quote, "You could feel bad for me." Come on.
That it's a long day.
Yeah. And then Elvis Duran quips, "I do not feel sorry for you one bit." And then one good point, though, a co-host actually made is that's 6 different outfit changes a day, too. So that's,
yes,
in itself is a lot of work as well.
And not for her, because you have a wardrobe person and a continuity person. So they make sure that you have the wardrobe and you're changing. Those aren't your clothes. You change into it. You take it off. They keep the outfit. They take a photo of you, because if there's some technical thing and they have to reshoot a tiny little segment, they need, let's say there was a technical problem with the letter turn. They need her in the red gown for that one. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yes,
with continuity people.
Yeah.
So they do that at all the network shows. And I imagine, so who's the co-host now?
Ryan Seacrest.
It is Ryan.
Yeah.
Hardest working guy in the
guy
business.
Works a lot.
So he's not working 34 days, right? He does a million different projects.
Yeah.
Pretty cool. Thank you for finding that, though. Do you want to guess her hourly? Well, maybe we'll tease this, but so Dan broke all this down. What does she make an hour? If you want to say it around the corner, you can. But Dan broke down the whole math. Like, here's what she makes in an hour.
Oh, I don't have that. Sorry. Yeah, no.
Somewhere you mailed it to me, so you did it at some point.
Oh, did I? Okay.
He's in all of his research. All right.
Somewhere there.
We'll get 855-839-1210 if you want to guess how much she makes an hour. And also, if you have advice for packing to Italy, whether you're going with us at conservativetours.com or whether you just are a seasoned traveler. So we'll share the packing advice, all of that and much more. Thanks for being here. Be right back.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-222-9599. 800-222-9599. Again, that's 800-222-9599.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at TurboTax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
All right, everybody, it's here. The March to Spring Training and Opening Day is officially upon us. Hey, I'm Rob Bradford from Baseball Isn't Boring, and we'll have you covered every single day with instant reactions to late-breaking signings, determining which players are, yes, truly in the best shape of their lives, and behind-the-scenes stories from all the excitement and intrigue that spring training brings. Follow Baseball Isn't Boring in the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Hey, it's big! Rob Schmidt recently beat CNN in key ratings as millions are tuning into Newsmax. Every night, Rob Schmidt is on Newsmax revealing the truth about Elon Musk's Doge. Tune in tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern and find out why Rob is the hottest person in cable news. Even President Trump is watching, and he says Newsmax is terrific. Reuters Institute reports that Newsmax is now one of the top news brands in America. Find out why. Just check out Newsmax on your cable system. Get Rob Schmidt with Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and much more. Download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone or home TV to start watching. It takes just seconds. With Newsmax Plus, you can watch our great shows anytime. Go to newsmaxplus.com and start your free trial. That's newsmaxplus.com. Make the switch to Newsmax today.
I met my wife in law school at the University of Florida. She was from upstate New York and I was from Kentucky. We met at a daily mass at St. Augustine's. She was the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen in my life. After communion, I followed her out of the church and got her phone number. The rest is history. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Little did we know that one day we would have 4 children and the largest injury firm in the world. All 4 work in the business. It's a family business. Did I ever see this coming? Hell no. We just worked very hard and treated our clients like we would want to be treated, like family. It's a full-service injury firm, auto accidents, medical malpractice, workers' compensation, Social Security, and insurance disputes. We're open 24/7, 365 days a year. Visit forthepeople.com and we can get to work on your case. No recovery, no fee. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Well, I can tell you 2 things that the Department of Education has already done. We've gone through contracts and grants that had DEI programs as part of it and stripped that out or stopped those grants. And also we've now launched investigations into 5 different universities, Harvard being one, Columbia was one, to make sure that they are getting rid of these anti-Semitic actions, programs, whatever it is they're doing. They have to stop it. This is dangerous. This is really about safety on campus. And we believe our universities should be open for freedom of expression, free speech, open dialogue and debate, but not this kind of violence that is dangerous.
Yeah, zero tolerance. This is ridiculous that we have threats against our Jewish students or any students, and it's got to go. Earlier this morning, I had reported to you that, in fact, 60 universities on the list, many across our region on the list, getting a warning, if you will, in particular about anti-Semitism on our college campuses. And good. I think we can all agree, right, that we should have zero tolerance. And so when our great executive producer, Dan Borowski, said, hey, there's a new book out called DEI Exposed, how the biggest con of the century almost toppled higher education, I said, wow, this is awesome. Then we realized this is written by none other than a great local Drexel University professor. How awesome. Stanley K. Ridgely, Dr. Ridgely joins us. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Doctor.
Honored to have him.
Honored to have you. Dan's right. So, Dr. Ridgely, when, we were excited about your book, even when we didn't realize you were local, and then we realized you're local. And so thank you so much for being here today.
Hey, it's my pleasure. It's an honor to be on your show, and thank you so much for recognizing the book and, recognizing my local flair here. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. So if you could take us through what you're writing about this time, around in this book. I know, I mean, your other books, and Brutal Minds, a great book as well, but this one, wow, how appropriate that you wrote this, that it's released right now, DEI Exposed. And, I'll say this, that the first time I heard about diversity, equity, inclusion, the first time you hear it, I'll be honest, you think, oh, well, inclusion. Yeah. These are nice words. You know what I mean? And what could be the harm? Diversity, equity, inclusion, and so it's really something that is even the term. It's kind of a mask for something really kind of sinister and evil.
Well, you hit the nail on the head there. Diversity, equity, inclusion, or DEI was essentially an empty decanter, and you could put anything you wanted to into it. Sounded good? Hey, what's wrong with that? Why don't we just invite this type of program into our campuses? What could be the harm? And that's been one of the key tactics that these folks have used, this allowing you to kind of define it on your own terms rather than actually having people look at really hard what it actually means. And it's a con game. And I say that very clearly. It's a big con. And what I mean by big con, I mean you find these DEI hustlers telling a compelling story, convincing story to a bunch of marks or suckers in an effort to separate them from lots of cash. And the sucker can be an institution full of suckers or simply a single person. And the idea is that they tell a convincing story that, and the story is that America is an inherently racist country. It's irredeemably racist. It's constructed on something called white supremacy culture. All white people are racists, are oppressors, are exploiters, villains, and all persons of color are, well, as it's convenient, are oppressed, exploited, and are victims. This is the story that DEI folks convinced universities and colleges to accept based on the unfortunate death of a criminal in the streets of Minneapolis back in 2020. And the idea was to get colleges and universities to accept some sort of responsibility and guilt for this whole situation, to convince them that their campuses are riven and rampant with racism. Now, of course, this is false. You and I know it's false. Mm-hmm. Harvard law professor Randall Kennedy even said that campuses, the U.S. campuses, are some of the least racist places in America. And so it was a real coup for these DEI grifters to convince universities and colleges and administrators that, well, you're part of this problem, and we have a solution. We can grant you absolution. Bring us onto the campus with luxurious salaries, and we will train your students, your faculty, and your staff in the vicissitudes of racism. We'll teach them about oppression, and we'll teach them what to teach. We'll tell them what to teach. We will tell them who to hire. We'll tell them what's going to go on in the classes. And this has been the basis for the big con. And it is a wonderful business model if you want to admire it from that perspective. The idea, it's a resource extraction strategy called virtuous victimhood. That's what it's actually called in the psychological literature. It's very manipulative. It's part of the dark traits triad of Machiavellianism, narcissism, and psychopathology. And I talk about all of this in DEI Exposed. It's a long book with lots of citations, and I let the diversity grifters speak for themselves.
As I look at this, Dr. Ridgely, it's important to think about your background as well, as you alluded to but with DEI, one thing that was written in the description of your book, talking about the monsters of DEI and the tentacles, and I want to get into that. But I will point out that in this monster, it's a weird situation because, in fact, it was not the monster under your bed. It was really something that has been seeping into places that we've really trusted. Our children's classrooms, and not just at the collegiate level, and that's what you're really, when you talk about the tentacles, this goes well beyond just the impression of, oh, these are just at Harvard or Ivy League schools. That's not what this is. Well,
there are nationwide organizations of these folks. They're student affairs professionals, diversity officers, it's the National Association of Diversity Officers in Higher Education, who confab with each other, who write books, who have training sessions to train people in how to implement this DEI con on campuses nationwide. And what I think the most despicable and the most insidious thing is that when they operate these training sessions, they basically are trying to train people that ignore your lived experience, ignore what you think and know to be true based on your personal experience, and instead believe what we tell you about society. And they basically inflict or try to inculcate paranoia, hyper-suspicion, delusions of grandeur, narcissism, unappreciated genius, unwillingness to accept responsibility. It's the idea of rejecting reality of the true and false and accept this fake story of America as a racist nation, rather than one of the greatest nations the world has ever seen, able to see faults and correct those faults as we move through history. This is not what DEI believes. They believe in this America as a system of oppressors and oppressed, exploiters and exploited, evil and good. And this is what they propound to faculty, to staff, and especially to students. And I personally believe that these people certainly should be kicked off the campuses only by virtue of what they're actually saying and doing on the campuses. It has nothing to do with a level playing field or giving everyone a fair shot or just teaching about race and teaching about slavery. It has nothing to do with that. If that happens, that's only as a byproduct and incidental to what their real agenda is. And as you say, it is insidious, and it does involve a lot of people moving in concert to make this sort of transformation of the university happen.
You're listening to Dr. Stanley Ridgely, who's a clinical full professor of strategic management locally here, Drexel University, doctorate, master's in international relations and security from Duke University. My God, your resume is pretty impressive, sir. An international MBA from Temple University. And also, by the way, a Russian language linguist and former military intelligence officer. The book is DEI Exposed. Can't wait to get it. How did the hustlers pull it off? It's a question written by your bio of the book on Amazon. As I'm ordering it, I can't, and I always share with my husband. So, the thing about it is, this is an important book to read, in my opinion, because of what you're saying, not just how they pulled it off, but the motive.
Yeah, well, the motive has been the motive of leftists from time immemorial, actually, the last say 200 years. The idea is to transform the university from what we traditionally consider it, which is a marketplace of ideas, where ideas of all sorts can contend with each other, winners pronounced and losers, losing the fray and leaving for the exit. And this is not what they want. This is they being the left wing or the today's DEI proponents. They want a crucible of indoctrination. They say this explicitly. Frederick Jameson, a Marxist who was at a very famous Marxist theorist who was at Duke when I was there, said the purpose of the university is to train students for the struggles of the future. And he said this is a full-blooded, legitimate Marxist. That's really runs a butt against the mainstream notion of the university as being this marketplace of ideas where logic and reason and scientific method and humane values and progress hold sway. This is their goal. And how they managed to pull this thing off, this con, it's really connected to the whole COVID fiasco, the idea of an unruly world. It's chaotic. We have to comply. It's connected to the BLM riots of the summer of 2020. Most university administrators didn't want to see that kind of unrest coming onto the campuses, so they readily accepted this fake guilt that the universities are somehow complicit in this white racist society, this white supremacy society, and they bought absolution from these DEI functionaries so that they could point to these functionaries and say, see, we're doing something about our complicity in this racist system. Let me point out, if you want an example of the big con, let me give it to you right now. Princeton University, 2020, a letter was written and signed by 300 faculty and staff at Princeton University claiming that Princeton was alive with rampant racism. That's their words. Well, a journalist by the name of Connor Friedensdorf asked the most obvious question. for the Atlantic magazine, he contacted the 300 signatories of this letter and asked them a simple question. Can you give me an example of this rampant racism that has occurred on the campus in the last 15 years? And not one of these signatories could provide even a single instance. In other words, the con story was accepted without any kind of questioning, and propounded by faculty and staff at Princeton. That's what I mean by a con story that limes and explicates a fake reality, then requires people to buy into that reality.
And so, okay. So how do you do the deep cleanse? I mean, I am reporting as far as the new Department of Education, what they're doing, and mainly it's a crackdown. In the headlines, they're saying the main crackdown is the anti-Semitism that we've seen against Jewish kids, which has happened here locally. I have friends impacted by this, and they're it's devastating. I think it's damaging, quite frankly, and horrible and criminal. What happened to some of these kids? But and I say kids, they're 18 to 20-ish. But so how do we get beyond this? I mean, how do we cleanse this out of our education system?
Well, the two-pronged strategy, I think, coming from the federal government, requiring the universities and colleges to adhere to U.S. civil rights laws, is one. And you've got the other, which was the the Department of Education's letter warning, first of all, attacking and saying to Columbia for its lack of adherence to U.S. civil rights law, and then listing 60 other universities as being under investigation for various levels of anti-Semitism that's been endorsed. It's been the idea that you're not protecting your students of whatever political or ethnic persuasion, is absurd. It's a clear violation of your own rules. It's a clear violation of the Equal Protection Clause of the Constitution and the U.S. Civil Rights laws, and it does come out of DEI. That's what a lot of people don't realize. The organized anti-Semitism is endorsed by DEI because of the framework that I've described to you, that in that far-off conflict between Israel and Palestine, Israel is the bad guy, and the so-called Palestinians are the good guys, regardless of what types of actions, what type of terrorist actions, what kind of barbaric behavior is engaged in. Israel/Jews are the bad guys. This is what their ideology tells them, and this is documented in DEI Exposed. How can we get rid of this? That's your question. Well, I think that the executive orders that have been issued by the Department of Education's Department of Office of Civil Rights is a really fine first step, and it's sending a message that, look, your federal funding is at risk if you don't start adhering to U.S. federal law with regard to individual rights, regard to constitutional protections. This is something that is really bracing and refreshing, I think. I think it's absolutely wonderful because it puts this type of thing on the table for conversation. It's a conversation that we should have had a long time ago. But, I'm celebrating now, hallelujah, that we're having a conversation now.
Well, I just wonder, you talked about them using the Civil Rights Act, but in this case, if anti-Semitism is part of this broader agenda or part of the DEI agenda, I think the natural question is, okay, so who in part funded this? Where is this coming from? Is it just the faculty? Is it their sourcing of money from certain wealthy, let's say, Middle East countries? What's going on here?
Well, I think the sourcing from Middle East countries, Qatar would be one, or Qatar, and it would be one. But I can't really point to that at this point in time. That would be an individual thing. But what I will say is a lot of the incendiary activities being sponsored by Students for Justice in Palestine and its various chapters around the country. And the sources of funding for that organization could be fruitfully, I think, examined. And some organizations are actually doing that sort of thing, trying to follow the money and find out who's printing all these signs, who is actually funding the communications network to make these sorts of things happen. My personal opinion on this, and I'm not a lawyer, but I will look at this fellow Khalil at Columbia who's been arrested. I think this is wonderful. Yeah. I think that he should be charged with the RICO statute, which is basically racketeering, because of his organization of the assault, the threats, the bullying, the trespass, the vandalism, all of these criminal activities going on at Columbia. This guy was largely responsible for. And given the fact that he's funded by this organization, Students for Justice in Palestine, does not exempt him from legal sanction. I think that this mask of free speech is just that. It's a mask. It doesn't really address the issues of what he's being charged with and why he was arrested. I think this is a really bracing breath of fresh air that and has changed the gravitas of the center of weight, the center of gravity of the conversation. And we're having these important discussions that prior to this weren't even on the table. And so this is again is good news. This is a good news story, believe it or not.
Drexel is one of the schools named in the 60 schools that, in other words, received this letter. So what's your reaction? I mean, this is your university. We love Drexel. We love our local universities. And so what's your reaction to the news of these 60 schools getting a letter? I guess it's a warning across the bow, so to speak.
Yeah, it's a lot of schools here. It's not simply one university or say 5 universities. It's a lot of schools. So I think that the charge that perhaps you'll be investigated. I'm speaking about my own institution. That's going to, the investigation will find out if there's anything going on. I have no personal knowledge of why Drexel has appeared on this list, except to say I'm eager to find out what any investigation might reveal. And if there's anything that is untoward that is revealed, it probably ought to be corrected and corrected forthwith. I'm all for that.
Yeah, I was surprised. I mean, some of them and Drexel was one of the surprises for me, but they're, like you're saying, I think that maybe this is word publicly that they're investigating these, and that's in a very different category, for example, from Columbia, where we had the arrest happen and some tangible evidence, if you will, just last week. I just wanted to ask you how long you've been researching this. It's pretty timely. The book is out now. How long did it take you to write this, extensive? You really research everything. So how long?
Well, it took me about a year, I would say.
Okay.
I foretold or foresaw this, because it came out last week, at the height of all the DEI brouhaha. But it's something that really emerged out of the book that I wrote 2 years ago called Brutal Minds. And if you want a full picture of the kind of activism, noxious, toxic ideology that is on our campuses, if you read the books in tandem, I think it gives a pretty clear and full picture of the decline of our higher education system, but also offers hope that this type of noxious ideology that is impacting and affecting our students is going to be expunged very soon.
And to your point, my sense is, most people on most college campuses, including locally here, are kind of relieved that this is over. Is that the sense you get, or am I way off here?
I will tell you that that's the sense that I'm getting, because I get a lot of back channel. I get a lot of hate mail, as you might imagine. Yeah. It's not necessarily coming from college or anything like that at Drexel, but from outside, I get a lot of hate mail. It's usually not very informed. It usually misses the point. But what I will say on the back channels, an awful lot of faculty and staff are absolutely relieved that this is being taken out of the universities. Many universities will try to just kind of expunge it from their websites and do this quietly, move the people out, and they won't announce it. They announced the institution of DEI with great fanfare in ballyhoo. But they won't. But when they're getting rid of it, they're not going to say, "Hey, we made a mistake." They're just going to kind of quietly let it go and stop wasting money on these lavishly compensated DEI bureaucrats, many of whom earn, or I won't say earn, they receive compensation between $400,000 and $500,000 apiece. This is part of a scam, and it's a good work or good non-work if you can acquire it. But I think the gravy train is coming it's emptying out now, and we're going to see a realignment and restoration of America's universities.
Well, thank goodness. So, Professor Stanley Ridgely, Dr. Ridgely, the book is DEI Exposed. Get it? I hope you come back. I hope we continue the conversation. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you. It was a privilege and honor, and good luck to you.
Oh, thank you so much. All my best. Yeah, we have to. I hope we have him back, because there's so many other questions I have for him, and especially about Russia, the Russian linguist. I think that's pretty cool too. As if the Russian.
Yeah.
We got to talk about Marvin E. Cans coming out this week on Thursday of this week, because we have another issue, so they're checking it out. But these are my guys that I've told you about, and I always want to share with you if I find, whether it's a great service or a great, something that my family loves, we want to pass that along to you. Marvin E. Cans, they're locally founded, military veteran founded, local company, third generation, Marvin E. Cans. And they're all about Marvin E. Cans, the HVAC as well. They did replace my water heaters. I think I told you about that over the winter. But one of the things I love when I talked to Jonathan one of the first times and talked about his grandfather, the war hero, and just a great guy. And then the guys who came out, and they're, by the way, football players. So we kind of had, I said, oh, my sons are football players. But what I notice about the technicians, first and foremost question I always ask, do you screen everybody? Do you do background checks? Absolutely. They do all those background checks. That's important to me. And then as far as the training, these are true high quality technicians, highly trained. These are not salespeople. And so that's always something you want to make sure of if you have a service in your home, that the individual who you think is a technician, they might not actually be a technician per se. They're a salesperson. So you got to make sure of that. At Marvin E. Cans, they are true technicians and just great guys, my guys, as I say. So if they come out and they do the evaluation, if you have the older suburban home, you want to consider a ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning. You say, Dawn, what's the advantage there? Okay, so in our house, we have one area that it's always freezing cold in the winter. It's too hot in the summertime. There's not great ductwork to that bathroom per se. So Mitsubishi Electric, great solution for a home that lacks that ductwork, makes it so easy. And by the way, could provide up to $2,000 in tax savings. Just contact them, Marvin E. Cans, Heating and Air Conditioning, marvinekanze.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
Plumbing. What is it? One dictionary defines it as moving water through pipes to do things and stuff. My kid's dictionary, by the way. But sometimes things like leaks, clogs, or corrosion mean your plumbing system goes, that's when you book Horizon Services. Our expert technicians have seen it all and fixed it all with same-day service. And if it's a bigger job like needing a new water heater, our flexible payment options and money-saving warranties make it easy. We define that as peace of mind. And stuff. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Let's face it, most people fear the dentist. It's a real thing. It's called dentophobia. But my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz, understands this. I've seen over the years how he's helped even the most fearful patients overcome their anxiety and show them a comfortable, positive dental experience. Give Dr. Bentz a call, 610-272-6949. Take care of that dental work that you've been putting off and finally get that smile that you've always wanted. 610-272-6949. BentzDentalGroup.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
So you may remember when I had interviewed from Penn State, the agriculture professor who had talked about the avian bird flu, also had the conversations with others, as well as Senator Dave McCormick, for example, had talked about the avian bird flu, the cost of eggs impacting that. There's a lot of controversy surrounding this. And so in this one, there's a new report that we're hearing about that, in fact, the strain of bird flu this time around is different. And it looks like they have actually, come through something that is not evolving through nature, i.e., lab made. Sound familiar? And so I'm not surprised by this stuff. I guess I don't know. It just does make you cynical and it makes you crazy. But I will say as well that when we think about what's going on with lab leaks, with the biodiversity, with how the United States has handled this, there are other reports even written late last year, even in December, through investigative journalism groups who cover agriculture and who cover the science aspect of this, and wrote very objectively about the fact that they felt that the government, that the United States government, our government entities, did a poor job of ever managing the avian bird flu, which I've told you has been around for a long time. The only reason I knew about it so long ago is that I have a friend, Jackie, years ago. This is when my boys were born, so it takes you back, at least 17, 18 years, right? And her dad at the time died. Was not an elderly man, was not an old man. He was not a sickly man, nothing. He had contracted avian bird flu. And at the time I was like, Jackie, what is that? And she's like, it's this rare thing, and it's just bizarre, but yeah, that's what her father died of. And I'd never heard of it before. So when this all came to light, and we've been talking about avian bird flu, that's my reference to it. So I knew it was very bad, very rare. So they've known about this for decades. It has been on their radar. So the fact that they've been doing some lab testing, they've been trying to figure this out. They obviously feared that migratory birds could get it and could spread it. That's part of the problem here. Now, we had always heard about geese, which a lot of these geese and ducks are protected as migratory birds. That's another issue. And so they can't kill the geese. They can't stop the migratory birds. You're not even allowed to clip their wings or touch them. And so we can't do that. So what are they doing? Well, they're killing, and, they have to. They kill, well, that's what they say. There are no survivors, and that you're basically torturing these hens if you say, well, let's see who survives type thing. So we'll talk about that one moving forward, but I wanted to put this lab, was this created in part through lab research, and as well, was this another failure by our government and government-run programs that should have seen this coming, and that certainly had the ample warning that it could go from the birds to mammals such as cows, and we saw the cattle getting sick, and then it could, in fact, be contracted by humans. Granted, humans who, maybe you're outside and the bird flies over. What are the odds? And their droppings go in your sandwich or on your hand or in your eye or something crazy like that. The odds were always very small. But I think that what we're moving toward, if we don't get it together or haven't gotten it together already, we'll be worried about more than the egg prices. So we'll talk about that one and get your thoughts. 855-839-1210. An incredible interview that Dan has set up with a Navy SEAL who is dubbed an American hero, but that's not even strong enough. The way that you should, describe this individual as somebody who got her done when it came to one of the most notorious terrorists, a September 11th mastermind. We'll talk about all of it with Mr. O'Neill, with Ryan O'Neill, coming right up.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN's birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. Visit NordVPN and discover the benefits. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Encrypt your online traffic. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro. Get the special birthday deal at NordVPN.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN.
Al Budicus. I've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2007. Today, inflation is taking a big chunk out of whatever money you have. Every time you look at the TV, whether it's eggs, gas, vehicles, something else is going up. Money's just trickling away, but at Crash Proof it doesn't. Crash Proof Retirement is an inflation fighter. Any money I made in Crash Proof was credited to my account, and I'll never lose it. You could take out what you need to take care of your financial needs, to cover the cost of inflation, and your money's still growing while it's in the account. There's nothing better than that. Since 2007, I have no fees, don't pay for anything. My money's safe, always was safe, always there, always growing. Thank you, Crash Proof Retirement.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Spring Mill Country Club on March 18th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra and Philly Sports Put to Music at the Keswick Theater, Saturday, April 5th.
I couldn't imagine how good it would be with the orchestra. Phenomenal.
All his voices are fabulous. He sings, his daughter sings. She was absolutely wonderful, too.
Proceeds go to the 5 Abington fire companies to replace protection gear permanently damaged in the recent SPS fire. That's Conklin and City Rhythm at the Keswick in Glenside, Saturday, April 5th. And help the Abington firefighters. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no payments and no interest for 24 months. Now through March 31st at Window Nation. Schedule a free consult at 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com and tell them you heard about it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
We're at war. We will find those who did it, and we'll bring them to justice.
Cofer Black, chief of counterterrorism, said, if you'll let me do it, I'll have flies walking on their eyeballs in 6 weeks. That's what I'm talking about.
I was working with the representative from the FAA, trying to track some of the conspirators.
We knew this was Osama bin Laden.
We were going to war full out against bin Laden.
إني أقول للشعب الأمريكي إننا بإذن الله ماضون في قتالكم وسنواصل العمليات الاستشهادية.
You had branches of Al-Qaeda everywhere. Bin Laden basically franchised himself.
They had a stronghold in Tora Bora. That's where the intelligence said that they had retreated to.
This is the time to come in with massive force and end this thing. Bin Laden got away. Every one of them that escaped the country was a potential pilot to fly another airline into a building.
It became obsessive, and yet we were constantly insulted.
How could this guy still be out there? It had been years since 9/11, and we had nothing.
And then here's this compound. Oh my God, we may have found him. The president said, nobody else in our government is to know about this.
My team's going to the most important mission in modern history.
This is the moment when everything you've planned to get bin Laden is on the line in the next 20 minutes.
And that's when all hell broke loose.
And that next 20 minutes, the mission of a lifetime. This is the focus of a must-watch, top new Netflix docuseries, American Manhunt, Osama bin Laden, really featuring all of those heroes involved in planning this historic raid to bring justice after the deadliest terrorist attack in our United States history for Americans, September 11th, 2001. Remember, many from our region here and across America, we grieved, we mourned together after 2,977 were killed, thousands injured, and that doesn't even begin to think about the first responders there at Ground Zero, right, who suffered afterwards. Really honored to bring forth the man who's really dubbed a hero, the star of this series, if you will, Navy SEAL Rob O'Neill, recounting bin Laden's takedown. It's so good to have you here. We really appreciate your time. Congratulations on this series and also bringing forth justice and letting us relive that. Hey, Rob.
Well, good morning. Thank you again for having me. And I mean, what an honor. That's quite a montage to listen to, just the realization of the impact of everything leading up to 9/11 and after 9/11, and then the mission to kill Osama bin Laden in 2011. It's quite a time. Great honor. I'm rarely at a loss for words, but we're getting close.
Well, you know what? When you think about this, I would love to, hear you retell the story of, that after that 20 minutes coming in and also the acceptance that you as a highly trained military member with your team there. But for you, do you have that moment where you say, this mission, I have to accept the fact that I may very well be, sacrificing my life?
Of course. It was a, 9/11 obviously kicked off a lot of different battles in a lot of different places, obviously Afghanistan first, but then we branched out, especially at SEAL Team 6, which is the Tier 1 unit. Iraq, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Yemen, the Indian Ocean, Somalia, stuff like that. We're fighting all over the place initially to get Al-Qaeda and to kill Osama bin Laden, but it went everywhere else. So we're fighting Al-Qaeda in Iraq, Abu Musab al-Zarqawi, Ayman al-Zawahiri, stuff like that, people everywhere, to a point where we were used to fighting. And the team that they picked to go after bin Laden, we've been fighting nonstop all the time. We got really, really good at fighting the enemy, but this one mission at the end, now we're going to go into Pakistan, into a place where there's first world anti-air defenses. In helicopters, we're not sure that worked. Pilots have only been flying for a week. We're going to get shot down on the way in. We're going to get in a fight when we get there. If anyone's going to blow himself and his entire family, his whole house up, it's bin Laden. We're not going to be able to get out. We're going to fight it out there with the Pakistanis, or we're going to end up in prison, which is going to be a slow, painful death. We're not coming home. This is a one-way mission, and we knew about that. The 23 guys that went in, we talked about it. And I had one guy actually ask me before that mission, if we know we're going to die, why are we going? And he said, don't get me wrong, I'm going, 100%. I just got to say it out loud. Why are we going? And we discussed it. We're not going for our fame or the reward money. We're going tonight after Osama bin Laden for the first Americans that had to fight Al-Qaeda toe-to-toe to the death. And those were the passengers on United Flight 93. We're going after bin Laden for the single mom who dropped her kids off at elementary school on a Tuesday morning, and 45 minutes later she jumped to her death out of a skyscraper because the building she was in was on fire at a degree we've never we could never imagine. She looked down and made a choice, and that's a better alternative. She grabbed a stranger's hand, and her last gesture of human decency was holding her skirt down as she killed herself. None of them were supposed to be in the fight. We're supposed to be in the fight. And we even had that discussion almost in the movie Braveheart, where, because it was we could pull ourselves off of this mission at any time and put a replacement in, and you can live for 50 years. But on your deathbed, would you give every single day up from now until then for one more chance at this? And the answer is yes.
Can you take me through that moment, just what happened? When you realize this is it, this is the guy, we found him.
Well, at first, when we were first told that they confirmed it was bin Laden. It was mainly a team of women that found him, and one of the lead women said, "The reason you guys are here is this is as close as we've ever been to Osama bin Laden." And looking around the room, we're in a secure area. All the guys I was with, nobody was celebrating. They're just like, "Cool, are we going now? We're ready." We knew about 2 weeks before we went in who we were going after, and we didn't need to train. We just wanted to show the people making the decisions what we were capable of. And even after the fact, President Obama told us, I was never 100% convinced he was there, but after watching you guys train, I was convinced you could go in and figure it out and come back home. And then just going with the team, it's like, it's almost like, well, we accept this together. I've fought with these guys forever. I'm going to die with them. And it's almost like one of those, not to get too, overly patriotic, but it's like, you know what? What an ending. Because bin Laden's going to die tonight, and I might die with him, but what an ending.
My God. Our executive producer, Dan Borowski.
Yeah, absolute honor to speak with you, sir. And I'm just curious, when you said Obama there, had that comment that he knew you guys would come home, but when you went into that compound, you had the helicopter crash, and you had to have seen that, right? And there had to have been a thought that went through your mind at one point that said to yourself, we're not coming home after this. Did you have that thought? Or what was going through your head when everything happened?
I didn't know they crashed. I was in the other helicopter, and my team was going to drop some guys off outside. Then my team was going to the rooftop of bin Laden's house. But once we started going up to, our pilot realized he couldn't hover because he saw the other guy crash. So he just put us outside of the compound, outside those big 20-foot walls. And I remember stepping my right foot out in the complete wrong spot, but I could see bin Laden's house. And I just remember thinking, well, I guess we start the war from right here. And I'm not going to let any fear or panic set in. I'm just going to do my job. And the way to do your job is keep it simple. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast. We're going to get in there. We'll figure it out when we get there. And I'm with my guys. But I was at a moment, I was like taking mental snapshots. Remember this because, honor this because this is it. And this is the last day. And there wasn't fear there. It was an acceptance. And this is this is what I can't. Why else did I join? This is what I'm here to do. But I was very confident in my team. We're gonna succeed. It's just how do we get out now that we're gonna, even though the helicopter wasn't destroyed yet, we're going to have to destroy it. Then we have to figure out a way to live. But first, we got to kill Osama bin Laden. So that was what we do. We're really, really good at that. And there was never a threat of even being engaged by the enemy. It wasn't a problem. We do this before, and we had fought Al Qaeda so much to the point it's like these guys really aren't good. Either we're really good or they're just really bad. Something's going on here. But it wasn't a matter of how do I save myself. It's like we got to find him first and kill him. Then we'll worry about ourselves.
Somebody I've really gotten close to over the years, a local Philadelphia guy, Charlie Strange, the dad of Michael Strange, and he's having an upcoming April event. SEAL Team 6 as well died in that chopper, in Afghanistan.
I do. Yeah.
August of 2011. To those, and I have a lot of Gold Star families listening right now, military members. I know that it means a lot to them that you're doing this on Netflix. Can you take me through as far as the justice within the situation and why this project, Rob, is important to you?
Well, and I love Charlie Strange too. Salt of the earth, love the guy. I know I am very familiar, obviously, with Extortion 17, the helicopter that went down. And what's important with that overall thing too, even after the Bin Laden raid, is the realization of how many men and women are actually involved in what's right for this country, what's right for our way of life and in the West itself. But it's important to see this documentary because it's not about the SEAL team that went in. It's not even about the pilots that flew the SEAL team in because that story's out there. People know what happened. This is about the men and women behind the scenes who are actually doing the work, the true silent professionals that are making stuff happen. The best way that I can keep it simple for myself is I was smart enough to carry a sledgehammer and a gun. Someone behind me was smart enough to figure out exactly where to go and where to point our team. And that's what this is about. The people and I'm talking the women that worked 7 days a week, 20 hours a day for years, no families, no husbands, just the job, just this, out there making sure that normal people can take their kids to school and not worry about what's going to happen later. This is about the people behind the scenes that are, protecting is too big of a word, but more of a just like the silent big family member that is looking out for you type thing. And it's very important. They were there before the Bin Laden raid, during the Bin Laden raid, right after the Bin Laden raid, and they're there right now. And it's just kind of it's all, like now more than ever, it's kind of like a shot in the arm of patriotism. Like we got this, and we are the good guys.
Well, we appreciate you, Rob O'Neill. Thank you so much. It's a must-watch, like I say, Netflix docuseries, American Manhunt, Osama bin Laden. Thank you, Rob O'Neill. Real honor for us to have you here.
Well, thank you for having me. Thanks very much.
Rob.
I appreciate it. Bye.
Absolutely. Thank you. Yeah, and so 3 episodes, these top intelligence officials, that's who you're seeing, those who worked for both Presidents George W. Bush as well as Barack Obama, because it took nearly 10 years. And looking through, the behind the scenes, the details, the suspense, the drama of how they did this, kind of a mystery, if you will, as they solve that, and their dedication and sacrifices. So I can't wait to see. I haven't had a chance to see it yet, but I have family members. I think is it number 1, Dan? I think it's
in the top 10. I don't know if it's exactly number 1. Yeah.
I'm just hearing rave reviews about it. So can't wait to hear you. If you have already started watching it, let us know. 855-839-1210. Do we have to take a quick break here?
Yeah, we do. Yep.
Quick break. All right. We'll get your thoughts on the other side.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Looking for a natural way to boost energy, support your heart, stay active as you age? It's time to try Rescue Orosine. This unique supplement gives your body the essentials it needs to fight fatigue, improve stamina, without relying on sugar, caffeine, or artificial boosters. Plus, it supports healthy blood pressure and overall cardiovascular function, helping you feel your best every day. Right now, my listeners can take advantage of a special buy one, get one free offer on Rescue Orosine. Just use the code MY Energy when you order. Call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. You speak with a knowledgeable product consultant or visit res-q.com and enter that code MyEnergy at checkout. Don't miss out. This exclusive deal will not last long. Go to res-q.com and use that code MyEnergy, MYENERGY, to grab Rescue Oracene with that buy one, get one free saving. Stay energized, stay heart healthy with Rescue Natural Supplements.
This is Merrill Reese. When you think of Impriano Roofing and Siding, you probably picture a sturdy roof or beautiful siding. Did you know they offer stunning entry doors, from secure steel and fiberglass doors to gorgeous glass designs? Impriano gives your home a fresh, beautiful look, all while keeping it safe and secure. Imagine vibrant colors and custom glass that'll wow every guest. Right now, get a brand new entry door and make no payments for 18 months. Call Impriano today to get started. The best homes have an Impriano roof and doors. Visit Impriano.com.
Do you want a new opportunity with great pay, benefits, and a team that cares? Stockwell Elastomerics, a 106-year-old employee-owned company in Philadelphia, the city of winners, is hiring sales engineers and motivated manufacturing workers, skilled or eager to learn, day or night shifts. Their employee stock ownership program lets you become an owner, not just an employee. At Stockwell Elastomerics, you're not just joining a workplace, you're joining a family. Apply at stockwell.com. Stockwell Elastomerics, where careers are made and ownership is earned.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit DKAppliances.com.
An American Heritage Cash Reward MasterCard helps you tackle that to-do list. Get up to 3% cash back at home improvement stores, groceries, and pharmacies. And when the chores are done, treat yourself to a well-deserved vacation, earning 2% cash back on travel, hotels, and rideshares, and 1% on everything else you buy, including online purchases. Apply today at AmericanHeritageCU.org/credit cards. Subject to credit approval, insured by NCUA, Equal Opportunity Lender.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7. And we guarantee, if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
The working families of La Una Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Calling on East Greenville to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
You know, it's so fun. And we can't forget the packing for Italy stuff if you have travel tips, and I'll get to mine. But I'll show you yours if you show me mine.
Hey-o.
Packing tips.
Oh. Where's my mind?
So Dan and I were kind of laughing because I'm already spoiled with President Trump, well, for so many reasons. But as far as, I said, well, what's he doing right now? Because I'm so used to that. Because usually, we have all the White House communications office, and we get so much every day. And usually we would say, is there anything new with Biden this week? Like sometimes he would be napping or whatever, God bless.
Yeah.
But as far as Trump, he on Truth Social, is talking about Canada charging the USA anywhere from 250% to 390% tariffs on many of our farm products. Ontario just announced a 25% surcharge on quote electricity of all things. And he has a typo. Mr. President, it's you are.
Oh,
so if you're doing
are you correcting the president?
I know. See, I'm used to doing this for Nick Cale. If Nick's listening, what the heck? Nick is napping by now. I can say this. So, but it's YOU apostrophe RE.
Come
Mr.
on, President.
So, and you're not even allowed to do that because our tariffs are reciprocal. We'll just get it all back on April 2nd. Canada is a tariff abuser. Oh, tariff abuser. You're a TA, tariff abuser, and always has been. But the United States is not going to be subsidizing Canada any longer. We don't need your cars. We don't need your lumber. We don't. There's another typo. Oh, here it is.
No. Is there really?
We don't need. Oh, here. We don't need your lumber. It's okay. And we don't your energy.
Wait, he just said we don't your energy?
We don't your energy. Mr. President, I will be happy to come and type because I'm the proofreader in the family. I will type them for you. I really will. We don't need your cars. We don't need your lumber. We don't need your energy. And very soon, you will find that out in all caps. Make America great again. Oh. You guys know I'm totally teasing. I don't care if you have a few little typos. You know why? Because he's like with his, 2 fingers and he's doing this and he's multitasking and we can relate. He's working hard for the American people. I don't mind.
He does have a private lunch with J.D. Vance coming up at 12:30.
Ooh.
Yeah.
12:30.
The private dining room.
Nice.
Close to the press.
What do you think that's all about?
Yeah. Maybe just 2 buddies having lunch,
Nah. They're talking business. So what are they talking about? Are they talking about Doge? Are they talking about Elon? What are they talking about? President Trump today, he is basically this, when I'm in all seriousness, when he's putting this out on True Social, what he's talking about is that we're getting the raw end of the deal. You need us more than we need you, Canada, in all seriousness. And as I've said, we are the consumers of the world. And even though we don't have the most people, China does, but we are the gluttons of the world. We want our Temu, we want our whatever it is, we want it, and we wanted it yesterday. And so that's America for you. So they all want our business, and they want us to buy their stuff. So we have that going on. Who wrote this? Absolutely best administration ever. I agree. As they put out the picture of all the cabinet members. I love True Social. I really do. Even though I know we're on X and we talk about X more, but I love True Social. He did read Truth in Epoch Times article and basically, remember just a minute ago I was talking about my friend and her father had died some 20 plus years ago or around 20 years ago of avian bird flu. But there are several articles, some of them new, just talking about why, asking the question, why is it that they didn't get a handle on this avian bird flu over the past 4 years and they had the opportunity to do so? We'll talk about that moving forward. Dan, on the cut sheets.
I do have some of Doug Ford talking about the situation with he was just on MSNBC this morning. Or I also have yesterday on The View. Whoopi Goldberg offered her take on the transgendered topic. Where'd you want to go?
Let's do Ford first, Whoopi second.
All right, here is Mr. Doug Ford.
And joining us now is Doug Ford, the premier of Canada's most populous territory,
Boo.
Ontario. And Premier Ford, as we mentioned, President Trump is now saying he is enacting a 50% tariff on steel and aluminum from Canada, which will go into effect tomorrow in response to your actions. What's your reaction?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me on. I start every interview with saying we love Americans. I love Americans, spent 20 years of my life there. And I know Canadians love Americans and vice versa. In saying that, we will not back down. We will be relentless. I apologize to the American people that President Trump decided to have an unprovoked attack on our country, on families, on jobs, and it's unacceptable. Let's work together. Let's get to the table if he has issues, and let's sort this out. You see the market tumbling. Consumer confidence is down. And if
Listen,
he
Mr.
continues-
Ford, I'm just going to interrupt you. You get out. You get out of our space and our air out. Listen,
What are you talking about?
first and foremost, this is to say an attack when you're a leader, you should not use that terminology, number one. Number two, she should have said, the President Trump, our president, says that you're charging us, that you're ripping us off. You're charging us anywhere from 250% to 390% in tariffs. And so why don't you even it out? Why don't we have even Steven? Why don't you? Why are you delivering a raw deal to us and making us pay more if you love us so much? But this guy comes off as so disingenuous, right? Oh, we love the American people. And then to apologize. First of all, do not insult me or the American people by saying, what did he say? He apologizes? He apologizes for our president?
Love Americans and vice versa. In saying that, we will not back down. We will be relentless.
I was right before there. Sorry about that. But yeah. He apologizes to the Americans and says, pretty much saying he's sorry Trump's putting you through this.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Don't talk. Get my president out your mouth. First of all, don't be talking about President Trump. We love President Trump. We voted for him. If you didn't notice, ding ding. And that's number one. See, I get angry. I turn in like that's my dad's term, ding ding, because we're not like big cursors in our family.
Yeah.
So when we say like ding ding,
ding's the term.
That's like pretty much the strongest word I've ever heard my father say. Isn't that funny?
Really?
Ding ding. That ding ding.
You still use it, huh?
So when I get like all you do,
Wait, does Larry
ding,
run
ding.
the other way when that word comes out?
It's like, oh God.
Oh no.
She's doing the ding ding.
The ding ding's back.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Ding ding. Yeah, the ding ding is saying ding ding. That's what my husband says. No, but I mean seriously, listen to this guy. He's insulting our leader, and then to say that they're under attack or use the word terminology attack is nuts, because they're an ally, let's be honest. And he knows he's ripping us off. And so he's not only a thief, he's a liar. My grandma used to say, a thief is a liar and a liar is a thief. If somebody's lying to you, they're stealing from you as well, and vice versa. So he's a liar and a thief. Get out, you. And then
ding ding.
Yeah, ding ding.
You know, the emphasis, the more emphasis you put on it, the angrier it sounds. And, it does sound kind of insulting. I wouldn't want to be called a ding-ding.
He has issues, and let's sort this out. You see the market tumbling. Consumer confidence is down. And if he continues on with this, assembly plants in Michigan will shut down, and around the country, whoever makes autos. And as well as businesses, they're going to hurt. And these pensions, when the market goes down, it's going to affect people's pensions. So I'm not too sure why he continues to attack his closest friends and allies. But we need the American people to speak up. We need those CEOs to actually get a backbone and stand in front of them and tell them this is going to be a disaster. It's mass chaos right now. That's what we need.
No, what we need you is to get out and to not rip us off. And he knows full well this guy is going to be back and they'll negotiate a deal. That's really what this is all about. And that's why Trump put out on Truth Social, he said, oh yeah? Well, good luck with that, because come April 2nd, it's reciprocal. What does reciprocal mean? It means that he will reciprocate. So the way you treat me is the way I treat you. The way you tax the American people is the way we're going to tax you. Ding, ding.
Ding, ding.
Ding, ding. Take that.
So what does that look like? What are the potential responses?
Well, we'll see. I'll talk to the team and we'll make an appropriate response to President Trump. Again, I stress, this is not the American people. Canadians know it. And if we go into a recession, it's self-made by one person. It's called President Trump's recession.
Ding, ding. We don't need him. I'm going to look, you know what? Even if like the tomatoes are, because you know how a lot of the produce is from Canada. I don't care what it is. I'm going to start looking. If it's made in Canada, boom,
wow.
I'm not getting it.
Look at you. That's a big declaration there. No more Canada.
No more
Don
Canada
Fenlon.
stuff.
Get it all out.
What are we even?
What are you going to do
we
with
don't
your?
Need Canada.
But how are you going to have
what? What do we have
pancakes
from
on
them?
Sunday without any maple syrup?
I don't get my maple syrup from there.
Really?
Mm-mm.
Where are you getting your
Vermont.
highfalutin maple syrup from, Dawn?
Vermont.
Oh, wow. Well, all of us can't afford that Vermont syrup there, Dawn, you know? So some of us have to settle for the
they sell
high
it.
fructose corn syrup that gets shipped in from Canada.
That's it's Aldi, baby. Aldi, I love Aldi.
What are you going to do without all that
What?
amateur hockey that we all love here so much?
Oh, yeah. Oh, boy, that's going to be painful, don't you know?
Don't you know?
What do we need from them? I don't need Canada.
I'm trying to think. Anything.
I don't need them. I don't.
No? No? You don't like their Canadian whiskey?
And we don't need their lumber.
No?
They can come cut some of the trees down in my yard. If they need some lumber. If you need some lumber, I got some trees.
Now, are we still allowed to eat poutine?
Beg your pardon?
You don't know what poutine is?
What? No.
Really?
Poutang?
No.
What are you talking about?
Poutine. It's a Canadian dish in which you
Oh.
take French fries, you slop them with
I didn't know where he was going. I swear to God, I'm like, oh, man.
Oh, don't be. I'm not a ding-ding, Dawn, okay? I wouldn't go that far.
Woo!
No, it's poutine. It's you slop some fries onto a plate, you cover it with some dark brown gravy, then some white cheese curds.
It sounds disgusting.
Oh, it's fantastic.
It's a Canadian dish of French fries, cheese curds, and gravy.
Yeah.
Well, that's just gross.
You're looking at it. It doesn't
That
look
is
delicious
nasty.
to you?
No, I'm looking at it.
And then when the gravy coagulates,
it
the
looks
little
like dog
puddles
vomit. It
of-
looks like dog vomit.
Oh, it's so good.
That looks like dog vomit.
I will not give up my poutine. Does that make me anti-Trump if I'm eating poutine?
No.
Okay.
Poutine.
Siegs on YouTube says it's nasty. I disagree.
It looks really disgusting. French fries, cheese curds, and brown gravy. Mmm. Oh, boy. Yeah, sorry, I gave that up for Lent. I'm giving Canada up for Lent. All right, 855-839-1210.
Sue says it is kind of gross, but you just can't stop once you start. I agree.
Really?
Yeah. Robot says those are called disco fries in Jersey, but with mozzarella. Much better than curds.
Okay, mozzarella, I can see, but gravy?
Okay, I can go with disco fries.
Gravy?
It's like when we hated France and called them freedom fries.
I love it. We'll get your thoughts on the other side, all right? 855-839-1210. If you have packing advice, because some of you are like, Dawn, do you have any tips for packing? Because I have to pack Lair Bear too, by the way.
Why?
Yeah.
You tell me something new every day. It
I
just
know.
shocks me.
That's all right. I want to make sure that the stuff packed, none of the shirts have like drizzle on them or
Okay,
anything,
yeah.
stains,
Yeah,
the
I get
shoes,
that.
the shorts, all that good stuff. We got to talk about the magic. Bring back the magic. I'm talking about with Kitchen Magic, family-owned Kitchen Magic. They've been making dream kitchens come to life for more than 45 years and 60,000 homeowners. So they're a proven winner in my book. Kitchen Magic's experts, they're going to guide you every single step of the way from the free in-home design consultation to the top-notch installation. So whether you're refacing or whether you're getting brand new cabinetry, they do it all. This is maybe you want a complete makeover. Your kitchen transformation is covered with high-quality American-made products, locally made. And your new kitchen is going to be as functional and enduring as it is beautiful. Right now, you can enjoy an amazing 40% off installation. Just visit them, kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com, 40% off. Yeah, 40% off. What are you waiting for? Kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Spring-like conditions continue across the Delaware Valley today with high temperatures about 20 degrees above average. Plenty of sunshine, turning breezy with a high 71. Tonight, a cold front comes through the region, just bringing some clouds, low 42. And cooler on Wednesday, partly sunny with a high near 60.
At Scott Auto Group, you're welcomed as their guest. Whether shopping for a new car or need vehicle service, Scott Auto Group makes it easy. You'll feel the difference. That's the meaning behind their sailboat logo. Your experience is always smooth sailing. Visit Scott Honda in Westchester and Vineland, New Jersey, Scott Kia in Springfield, and the new Scott Kia of Limerick. Scott has fantastic used cars too at Scott Select Dealership and collision repair at Scott Collision. You'll be seeing a lot more sailboats on the road. Visit ScottAutogroup.com.
Seems
everyone has an opinion on where the stock market is going, but where should you be going? Find out with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's Jack Daniels Madness during the month of March at your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirit stores with Jack and Coke and Jack and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Ready to drink in a can and $1 off 4-packs. Celebrate St. Patrick's Day with 1.7 liters of Jack Daniels Original, Jack Fire, and Jack Honey, all for $3 off. And step up your game with Gentleman Jack 750 milliliters for $2 off. Celebrate responsibly.
Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniels and Old Number 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniels Properties, Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Let King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia help protect you and your family. King Shooter Supply has over 200 years of combined firearms experience to help you get what you need to protect what you love. They gladly welcome beginners into their family of competitive shooters, recreational shooters, law enforcement professionals, and hunters. They'll guide you through the nuances of finding the right firearm, ammunition, and accessories that you need for self-defense. Visit them at 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia. Visit them on Facebook or at kingshooters.com.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra. It's Philly sports put to music at the Keswick Theater in Glenside, Saturday, April 5th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-488-1329. That's 800-488-1329.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Free speech lives here with Kale and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Here come again a midnight lorry. I think I might be moving along.
So President Trump saying this morning he's instructed his Secretary of Commerce to add an extra 25% tariff to 50% on all steel and aluminum coming into the United States from Canada. And in all caps, writes, one of the highest tariffing nations anywhere in the world. I don't know if that's a word, tariffing nations. I'm being very critical, I know, but I love him. In any event, he's just saying you got to make it equal, guys, and that's what he's putting out there on social media. As you know, in all seriousness, and we've talked about the fentanyl crisis and how many Americans yearly, about 100,000, die within this fentanyl and opioid crisis. So he's talking about and blaming our neighbors on both borders and China for the fentanyl crisis, among other things. And he also talks about the fact that it's not fair to United States farmers, putting the high taxes on dairy imports. And so he continues to call for Canada to become part of the U.S. as a solution. So he's obviously still taunting and, giving him a little bit of a shiv, which is kind of funny. So we'll talk about that. I still will get to my favorite travel tips and packing tips and all that good stuff. And we got to get to, who do you want to get to? Did we get to Whoopi yet?
We got to get to Charlie also.
Oh, Charlie.
Yep.
Charlie. Hey, Charlie.
Yeah, how you doing?
Good.
Listen, I said to your screener, he's only been in office for, 50 days? Donald Trump.
Barely.
He's only been,
barely.
Barely 50 days. When's he going to stop blaming everything that's happening on Joe Biden and start taking responsibility for what he's doing?
Yeah, you're exactly right, Charlie. It's ridiculous. I mean, and by the way, by the end of the Biden administration, after all the damage Biden did, the same individuals never would blame the media. Nobody would blame Biden for anything. They were still blaming. They were 4 years later after Biden. They were still blaming Trump, right, from the
Well,
Trump 2016.
I just want to take another little. You do realize that everybody has a regional accent,
Yes,
right?
I do.
Okay, but yet you're ridiculing the Canadians, our neighbors. If you study history, they helped us in every war we've ever fought. Okay,
Yes.
they've been side by side with America.
Yes.
And now Elon Musk is calling Senator Kelly a traitor because he goes over to Ukraine to see what's going on and try and understand what the conflict is about. And he has the guts to call him a traitor?
Yeah, I didn't. You know what? For whatever reason, I did not see that this morning. I wasn't paying attention to him calling Kelly that.
No offense, Dawn, but you pay attention to what you want to pay attention to.
Well, no, I do.
And
I'll be honest. I do 6 hours a day. I do 30 hours. I read War and Peace. I'm not kidding you. Every single day. And I have kids and a husband and I cook and I clean. Like, I want you to come and shadow me, Charlie, for a day. You're going to be exhausted. I don't care what you do. Like, I'm not even kidding you. Nobody in my life can believe my rigorous schedule. I was up at 3:30 this morning. I'm not gonna take that. As far as accents, I have to get a linguist and maybe our last professor talk about something different. One of the reasons that I got into television news, I always wanted to be a journalist since age 8.
Mm-hmm.
But one of the reasons I got into TV news was because we moved around a lot, and because of all the different accents, I would watch television news and I would mimic the way they speak so that I wouldn't get teased. Because moving from the Midwest, you think of Illinois and Wisconsin, and they kind of, and Minnesota later, they kind of you have a little twang like you would in Canada. Then I lived in the South, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Wait, so you have
Raleigh.
like a Canadian accent once in your life?
Well, kind of that. It's
about
a little, don't you know?
Sorry.
That's, yeah. So we would talk like that. I went to journalism school in Minneapolis. But then I talk like this because I had a Southern accent.
He's
for a while
he's
as a
really
kid.
upset that we're talking about. Oh, come on.
But no, I love the study of accents. And even my husband, Larry, born in, raised in Delco, where that's a unique accent. The Wooder.
Like we joke about our own accents all the time.
Philadelphia.
You know?
Or how does a Philadelphian say the name Powell? It's Pal. P-A-L. Powell. It's not Powell or Towel. It's Towel.
I love how much an off-base caller unites our YouTube chat because they have all bonded arm in arm now, too. Wow, this guy has nerve. Guy is such a blank. Can't even say it on air.
Thank you for your
support.
support.
Poor Charlie's feelings. They say.
Charlie.
Charlie's dope. Hey, I don't like these insults. I mean, the guy can have his own opinion. But...
No, and I hope that, you guys get it, but I was tongue in cheek when I'm saying get out.
Get out.
Get out. But I did, I think if you're a leader, any leader, you want to be,
I gotta say, I think the
cognizant of the
Canadian
word
accent is
attack.
top 3 make funnable accents.
Yes. Totally.
Southern accent up there and maybe Boston.
Yeah. Well, and in it's so funny because in Philadelphia, nobody thinks, wherever you grew up or whatever accent you have, you don't think you have the accent. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But that was why, as a kid, I did realize it and recognize it because we moved around every 2 to 3 years.
Tracy said she also lived in Michigan, Wisconsin. Started saying, "Hey, how you doing? You betcha."
Yeah, you betcha.
Don't you know?
And the Illinois accent, it's like I's or E's. Like I had an aunt who said milk. It's not M-I-L.
My wife says milk.
Yeah, milk.
And it annoys me to none. Like every time she says it, I got to say milk. Milk. M-I-L-K.
Well, even Larry's family, because I say Larry, and we laugh because it's like Larry. That's how they say his name. Larry. Like Larry. And I say Larry, like Harry. Anyway, I could go all day. Really, I could.
Mangle writes Baston.
All right, do you want to take a break or do you want to start talking about packing? What do you want to do?
I kind of want to know what's going on here with the packing. No,
the packing?
I don't care about Whoopi anymore. I want to know about the packing.
Well, Whoopi and her DEI self. All right, not that she is, because she worked really hard in her life and she was never DEI and she was Whoopi Goldberg.
She worked her ass off.
She did.
Excuse my language.
That's the whole thing, that she is somebody who was known for her work ethic and was a pretty big, well-known star. Anyway, I will say this as far as packing, the key is to make sure that you have items that don't wrinkle, like linen, no linen. Don't do the
wait,
linen.
hold on. You're going to Italy, though. I feel
Doesn't matter.
I feel like linen is the Italy vibe, is it not?
Get any kind of like wicking.
Oh, come
on.
on.
The cloth that's not wrinkly, especially for the men's shirts.
But do they not have irons in the hotel?
What, you think Larry's going to iron? Because I'm not ironing in Italy. Dan.
So you're talking like golf shirts, like
any
polos
kind of a
with
golf
the,
shirt,
with the style that doesn't the non-wrinkle.
It's not going to wrinkle, and but don't fold. Roll it up.
Okay.
For me, that's the key. I roll everything in the suitcase. Like if you're in the military, you already do that. So I learned that from relatives.
Huh.
Roll it up. Another thing is make sure that everything is the travel size, because unless it's checked baggage, hello, TSA. So we got that going on.
All right, so let me ask you.
The plugs. Remember, the plugs are different, people.
I don't mean to step on where you're going with this, but I don't even know the climate of the trip. Are we doing shorts, jeans, long pants?
The issue is that you want to make sure that you layer. So all of the above.
Okay.
Because some days, you're northern Italy, but not so the days can be warmer, even if you're in Switzerland this time of year. The days can be warmer, but then it gets a little cooler if you're early morning or evening. So you want to have a jacket. Plus, the airplane is freezing, so I always want some kind of a nice jacket. But layers. Think layers.
You keep in mind, if you pull up a map, northern Italy is about equal to New Hampshire and Maine. I don't know if you noticed that. Is that how it feels? Or is it like warmer at this time of year than you would expect in like a New Hampshire?
I don't really know. I know northern Italy temperatures better than I don't know New Hampshire. I have no idea. I don't know but I would say that it's usually this time of year, or when we're going in early April, beautiful sunny days, but a little cooler sometimes in the evening. So a jacket, just roll it all up. And I also layer on the airplane anything heavy. So if I'm going to do layers, and also I wear the clunkiest shoes.
Why?
So I don't have to pack them.
Okay. Isn't it annoying to walk around in the airport though?
No, because I have.
Put up with it.
Oh, and the other thing is, make sure you go to Staples. I don't know if it's too late at this point, but you get the pre-check, TSA pre-check.
Oh, that's smart.
Got to do that.
So when we're talking like casual versus dressy, formal, going out to dinners, what are we talking there? When you're going to Italy, are you dressing to the nines and wearing your best dresses, or?
No, but women, we can get away with anything. So we can have like a sundress and put a cute little jacket over it. You know what I mean? Just like accessorize and you look dressed up.
Yeah.
So that's the beauty of. For men, I did pack. Not that they needed it ever, but I did pack a nice like sport coat for the guys.
Okay.
Last time, and I will this time too. And then I make them wear it.
Now, are you dressing for functionality or dressing to impress?
No, just the functionality of it.
Yeah.
I think that jacket is nice. Because you don't want a hoodie if they're you know what I mean? Like, do you want in every one of your pictures you're wearing a hoodie? No. So you want to look nice. In Italy, the thing about it is, people in Italy, unless they're a tourist, they're not walking around in like Skechers because they're Italian. The women wear heels on that cobblestone, whatever. I'm telling you, no. I guess they're the Italian shoes.
Wow.
And they walk. You know what I mean?
Yeah, think about, as you just said, those cobblestones with heels.
Yeah.
Are we talking like stilettos?
Yeah.
Wow.
Style. Italian. Beautiful people.
But you're not suggesting that the vacationers wear
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
That'd be tough.
If anybody wants to, I'm just trying to think, but just comfy shoes, comfy, functional, but don't overpack. I never overpack. As a matter of fact, Larry, if he does pack, which is why I like to pack him, because if he's probably listening right now, he's going to call in and go, "Don't believe anything." No, but I if anything, he packs more than I pack, if he does pack, which is why I like to pack him.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he probably has the
'Cause
one
I
thing
pack
where he
light.
just packs one bag, but he packs the bag to the brim with all his.
You don't need it
junk.
all. Just have a pair of shorts, a pair of slacks. For a woman, like a dress that's like, you know what I mean? That's easy stuff, easy to fold. You don't need a lot.
Philadelphia gear. You bringing it? Expressing your pride in Philly? Or how about patriotic gear? You wearing the American flag while you're over there?
I think I have last time I had a pin. I have a necklace. Yeah, that's nice. And people did that last time. And some of us, we have T-shirts made and all that good stuff. So that's fun.
I would imagine that if you're wearing a Phillies hat, it might be an icebreaker for those people in Italy because they'll obviously recognize you as a tourist, but that might give them a path or an avenue for conversation saying, oh, Philadelphia?
Well, it's amazing how many Americans and how many people from Philadelphia that we'll see. But it's neat. It's neat because no matter if you're American, no matter where you're traveling in the world, but especially Italy, then you'll see other Americans who are like, oh, Philadelphia, or I'm from Philly. It's really weird.
Does Italy, people in Italy have any concept as to the importance that Philadelphia plays in Italian-American culture? Or have you ever...
That's a good question.
No,
I do not know.
Okay, I didn't know if you got the vibe from anyone talking. They're like, oh, a lot of Italians over there in Philadelphia. Hi.
That's a great question.
I'm curious if they know. If they know, how OG we are with the Italians here in Philly.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I don't know. I have to find that out. We have a mutual friend we could ask.
Who's that?
Anne-Marie.
Oh, okay.
She might know that.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. I do not know. I don't know if that packing thing helps. The thing about it is anything you can hand wash is good. What? We got to go? Break?
Yeah, we do.
I'm yakking.
We're a little bit overdue.
855-839-1210. No, that's right. If you have any great packing tips, just remember the better bet to do any exchange, to do it locally before you head over. And then, because there's always a surcharge, and then, but they'll help you find it if you don't. And then also the plugs. So I'll bring extras, but you know what I'm saying? The adapters. That's important.
You don't even think about
that.
Yeah.
So I have extras.
Outlets.
I'll bring extra just in case anybody's forgot theirs on the
Probably
trip.
gold on this vacation. Yeah.
Well, you don't want to have to go out and buy it,
No.
but I have a ton of them, so I'll bring extra. All right. Those are my packing tips, and I'll think of more. 855-839-1210. All right, we have more breaking news. We have some Trump news. We have budget news, all of it. Doge. We'll be right back.
The most important part of your financial future is the firm you choose. You see, all financial firms are not the same. Traditional firms that sell securities can't guarantee income and are vulnerable to bankruptcies, market losses, capital gains taxes, and ongoing fees. But the exclusive crash-proof retirement system continues to protect over 6,000 clients from market losses and bankruptcies, and provides guaranteed tax-favored income with the potential for double-digit interest returns with no fees whatsoever. Our one-of-a-kind proprietary system continues to protect billions of dollars in assets. Are you in or near retirement? There's only one crash-proof retirement for the American retiree. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Spring Mill Country Club on March 18th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
If you can plan barbecues and weddings, you can plan to protect yourself from a natural disaster. Sign up for local alerts, prepare an emergency kit, and make a family communications plan. Get started at ready.gov/plan.
Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN's birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. Visit NordVPN and discover the benefits. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Encrypt your online traffic. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro. Get the special birthday deal at NordVPN.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN.
Hey, it's Rich. When choosing a lawn care service, doesn't it make sense to hire a company that provides better results and is safer for your family and pets? Of course. That's why I chose Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company. Natural Lawn has been growing green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds since 1987. Take advantage of Natural Lawn's limited time offer, free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
This is Larry Steinhaus, and did you know that I buy houses in any condition? That's right, I buy hoarder houses, I buy trashed houses, I buy burnt-out houses, or even houses with bad tenants. If you are a tired landlord, or you inherited a property, or you just have a property you don't want, give me a call at 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the phone and make you a full-price offer. That's 855-939-1137. Don't suffer with that property anymore.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
We want to get to Pat's call. Real quick, I want to give you a heads up. Beware of where you buy your beauty lotions, SkinCeuticals, Estee Lauder, ripoffs and knockoffs. U.S. Customs and Border Protection warning customers and consumers about serious health threats to these knockoffs made in China. They had a huge bust on this beauty cream bust in Allentown, Pennsylvania. Be careful. Only buy from reputable folks. Pat, thanks for calling from KOP. Hey, Pat.
Hey there. So, packing tip. Don't pack a whole lot and don't wash it. Throw it out. Pack your old stuff.
Ooh.
And then throw it out. And if you need something new, then buy your underwear, buy your socks over there. How cool is that? Or use the extra space in your suitcase to bring back your souvenirs.
Love it. I love these tips. Pat, thank you so much. Great tips. My husband will say, oh, no, don't listen to Pat. Excuse to shop? Uh-oh. What could possibly go wrong in Italy? Shopping. I love Pat's tips.
Yeah, spending $50 per pair of underwear. Yeah, let's do that. And throw out the rest. Yeah.
Or, donate it. Like there's a church on every block. By the way, we'll be there over Palm Sunday.
Oh,
Did
really?
You know that? Mm-hmm.
That's really cool.
Which is amazing.
That's awesome.
Anne-Marie pointed that out to me. Can't wait for that. We have had such a whirlwind of a day. So much. Dan, thanks for great interviews as always this morning. I always learn something. Thanks for being here. And remember, on social media, at Dawn Stensland. So as we wind down here, we are winding up and getting ready for a great Dom show.
I got a question for Dom.
What?
Does he pack his underwear when he goes to Italy, or does he buy it over in Italy?
Or do you
buying it in Italy? I'm not wearing Italian underwear. You got to be kidding me.
Like fresh Italian
You know what
silk
those guys
Dom?
are like? It's all kind of European brief cuts and all.
Ooh,
I just think that sounds very uncomfortable.
I don't mean to put Dawn in this position, Dom, but boxers or briefs?
Briefs.
Really?
Sure.
Huh, okay.
All right.
Yeah.
But they're not uncomfortable. Those European guys, I just need a little, the ventilation's probably lacking there.
Yeah, my boys forgot their swimsuits last time. When you go to Italy and you buy like a men's, like you're saying, underwear or swimsuit, they're a little skimpier. They're skimpy.
Yeah, that's what I mean, Dawn. Come on now. It's hardly American here. So. Yeah.
What do you have ahead, Tom?
So today's the 5th anniversary of when the World Health Organization declared COVID a pandemic. We'll talk with Dr. Nicole Sapphire about that. But I want to open up on Bucks County. We've never had a day of reckoning with them, Governor Wolf, and the entire state. And the articles today, Dawn, neglect, the damage. This is where the antagonism of today comes from. I think a lot of it, what they did during COVID to Americans.
What they did on the Dom Show. Great Dom Show just ahead.
There's no need to wait. The time is always right at Colonial Hyundai. Hi, it's John Ashow, the Cars Are. Today's the best day to buy a new car at Colonial. We have over 200 vehicles in stock. New Palisades, Konas, Tucsons, and the exciting EVs that have taken the world by storm, the Ioniq 5 and 6. We understand that everyone's needs, budgets, and challenges are different, but here at Colonial, we take the stress out of buying a new car. Big incentives, like $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed no matter the condition. The best financing in the business, no matter your credit, with rates as low as 0%. Plus, we streamline the buying process so you can be in and out of our dealership in no time without any unnecessary hassle or waiting. So why wait? Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com or visit us on Lincoln Highway in Downtown. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
0% financing applies on select 2024 new Hyundai models. $6,500 for your trade, not available on EVs. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for more details.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Don't know who to trust? Go with the sure thing. PJ Fitzpatrick has been your trusted roofer for 45 years. They've earned thousands of 5-star reviews and back all new roofs with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals installs most roofs in just one day. Set up a free consultation this month to save thousands. Plus, they have a variety of financing offers that work with any budget. Don't wait. Trust PJ.com today. That's trustpj.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. Welcome in, and as luck would have it, just a last-minute Randy Weingarten quote surfaces, because today is the 5th anniversary of when we had to take to the mattresses, or it started. World Health Organization, completely discredited, of course, but they declared it a pandemic, and then slowly but surely, we saw this movement toward all kinds of things that were showing the lack of ability to recognize free choice, freedom in general. People like Wolfman Hack, Democrats across the country. The King of Hair in Jersey, Phil Murphy. So it's the 5th anniversary COVID Day, it's called. Also Spanish Flu Day by happenstance. So if you have a remembrance, the point of that, I went back and took a look. It ended up with not one, but 2 constitutional amendments, which are very difficult to get in Pennsylvania, that Republicans got through, and both of them curtailed the power of Wolfman Hack or any maniac like that to lock down Pennsylvania. Think of the damage to businesses. And when I look at the Inquirer and across the state today, across the country, reviewing the 5th anniversary of this, little or no mention of things that we were put through, not just by the virus, but by people like Governor Wolfman Hack. Remember our buddy Wally Zimmerlong, the attorney? We had to get him in there because businesses that were almost exactly alike and separated by a few miles, one was shut down, one was not. What's essential? And they were people that supported Wolf. They were open. Or maybe a big garden store was open, but not the smaller company. Pool companies, I remember lawsuits. Kids out of school. The fraudulent Zooming, particularly at the Philadelphia public schools. What a joke. And Bucks County. Bucks County, if you remember, August was ready to go back. And then what happened? They intervened. The woman that was the head of the health department, the good afternoon woman, Dr. Damsker. Where is he? Is he still in the basement over there in Bucks County? He's a guy that said it was safe to be in school 3 feet apart, certainly, not 6. That opened up everything. They put him in the basement. He was our person of the year. Remember all that? We have not had a day of reckoning on this. So we're on top of the big news of the day. We'll talk with Congressman Dan Muser, who's a real player, might run for governor in Pennsylvania. It looks like the vote will be today, around 4 o'clock or so. It's hard to tell if Republicans have the vote to push this CR bill forward. Democrats, who say they never want a government shutdown, do want to shut it down to stop Elon Musk and Doge. It's going to be quite a tell today. I think they have just enough, but they're not feeling so good about it. Massey from Kentucky is a no. President Trump has already said he should be primaried. All right, we'll see what happens with that. So this is a big day, a huge day. This is where a lot of this stuff started, as far as just the real antagonism. People losing jobs, not getting COVID, not getting the vaccine. Some of the myocarditis, young men, huge numbers. Should they have been vaccinated? Booster shots. The masking, and just the inordinate amount of time that people were out of schools, resulting in learning loss that is historic, and I would say is never going to come back. We're kidding ourselves with it. We're not on a Manhattan Project to do that. So we'd love to get you on board. Which part of this, what is it that comes back to you? And again, there should be a penalty, putting people in nursing homes. One of my all-timers, Valerie Arcouche, who's now in head of the biggest agency in the state, arguably, in Harrisburg. She was the head commissioner out of Montgomery County. She had a board of flunkies who voted during COVID to say people are going to go home for Thanksgiving break, even though we don't have a surge of it. We're looking ahead. You won't go back to school for weeks after the Thanksgiving break. Remember that? And the guy that I went after, this doctor who never came on, said, you got to be like Wayne Gretzky. You got to be looking at where the puck is not now, but where the puck is going to be. No. Imagine this guy. Let's go into the corners with that guy. Why not shut it down, Doc, for a year then? Because maybe it's going to be there then too. So we've been through this. And every anniversary on this, I think we haven't had a reckoning. Now, here is Randy Weingarten. This is Cut 18. And it relates to schools. Listen to her tell Morning Joe. The biggest regret of the Department of Education that she has is if it's shut down, there'll be more money for school choice. See how they seethe and hate the idea of parents and kids choosing not to go to the public schools. Here's what she said.
We know, for example, what Texas would do.
Right.
They'll use it
We
for
do.
vouchers. So they won't give it to the kids who have it now. They'll just give it for vouchers.
Catholic schools,
And,
religious
well,
schools.
And frankly, what we're seeing in all the programs that are now extant in terms of vouchers, they don't work for kids. They basically go right now. It becomes a tax credit for people who already are sending their kids to private schools. So it's income redistribution.
All right, just the two of them. McCaskill was the other there, right? Yeah. Catholic schools. Oh, my God. Catholic schools, religious schools. Can you imagine? More money for that. More chance for parents to have a say. Boy, that might be the number one reason to cut this. Just look at the rottenness of many big city public schools. Historically, year after year after year after year. Why would you consign people to that? Because we don't want them going where Catholics are, where religion might be. Heaven forbid they might get a good education there. All right. One other thing, I'll give you the side question. Away we go. Dr. Nicole Sapphire today at 12:30. We were introduced to her. Dr. Marty McCary, you may remember. These are some of the people that got in our orbit because of all that went on during COVID. We'll talk with Dan Muser. And I'll ask her about RFK Jr. and what he's out there saying today on food. He was last night at a Steak and Shake talking about they're not using seed oil. Man, those French fries smell good. Yeah, he didn't quite say that. Hannity did. He said, well, they're better in France, I think. But, you know, they're not using seed oil. They're using the beef tallow. Okay. The Houlihan is making all kinds of moves. Last week, Congresswoman Houlihan voted to censure Al Green. Then, just yesterday, she wants censure of Bobard, Lauren Bobard, because Bobard had the nerve to call it Al Green, the congressman's pimp cane. Now, maybe not a pleasant thought, but it did kind of look like what I see when I see pimps. They have a cane like that. Houlihan apparently hasn't read that the censure is supposed to be if it's lack of decorum on the floor of the House, not a statement you made. Must have missed that memo, but she's making all kinds of moves. She's in the news a lot. She's all over the place. So Bobard should put one of their biggest things on them, censure, because she called it a pimp cane. That's not nice. All right, 855-839-1210. We'll get to you, though, before any of those guests show up. So we've talked a lot about Gavin Newsom the last week or so for good reason. And just the other day, it was National California Day. Now, the country used to celebrate Golden State, California. Now, I'd say in talk radio, we savage it because of all the nutty stuff that happens there. There do seem to be any number of big problems there, weather-wise, et cetera. In addition to great weather, you know, the mudslides, the forest fires, incompetency. They're living in the land of gold, yet they can't get out of their own way. Hit us with something that you associate, person, place, or thing, with California. Of course, I'll take off the weather. I'll take off Hollywood. And I'll take off the 3 times. I think I was there 3 times actually driving the freeways. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, those are a disaster.
Very, very difficult to follow and know what the hell you're doing. It's all horseshoes and clover leaves and all that. All right, Henry, how about yours?
Yeah, so I'm going to take off something. You kind of hit on it a little bit. It's what Kendrick Lamar, rapper from California, who you may have seen in this year's Super Bowl halftime performance, he deemed it the recipe. What does he mean by the recipe? 3 W's. Women, weed, weather. That's what I associate with California.
Well, yeah, but I don't associate the women as wish they all could be California girls. There's a lot of quirk in the back going on there. So.
Oh, yeah, totally.
Yeah, Silicon was the other thing. It's not just Silicon Valley. It's all over the place. Yeah, how pretty are the women and are sexy in California, really?
I mean, yeah, because everyone is like, I'm going to start my acting career. I'm going to start my modeling career. And you go out to L.A. and then lo and behold, a generation or two later you have all these beautiful people out there.
Well, it's easier to get tanned because of the weather.
That too.
And you always look better with that, so I can give you that. Then there's as I said, the breast augmentation. I'm not sure are they the beautiful people or not, but better weather makes for prettier people. Okay, I can go along with that, yes. Mm-hmm. All right, so it was women, weed, and weather.
Weather, yeah.
Okay, very nice. Can you top that? A person you associate with California, or person, place, or thing. That's what we're looking for. That's the side question. Here's how you get in. 855-839-1210. Fifth anniversary. Hard to believe. 5 years of kind of officially when, and look, any reasonable person said, as we all did then, yeah, the first 2 weeks, people shutting down. Okay, we get that. Maybe 2-3 weeks, maybe even a month. After that, though, the businesses that were knocked out, the people who were knocked out of employment because of the vaccination, the masking, the kids out of school, the fraud of Zoom learning, Fauci finally unmasked. All of it's there. And every year we see people write these, anniversaries, and I'm looking at some of them today. I'd ask the Inquirer and the others, why did it take 2 constitutional amendments? You know how hard it is to get those passed to stop Wolf? What a petty little tyrant he was. Out of control. Shut it down. Yeah. Better safe than sorry. As they all sit in their silos, that they have money, they were happy, nothing happened to them. All right, get in at 855-839-1210.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
You all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at tra.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands done. Leaves raked. It's time to give yourself a reward. You know you've been waiting all day for your favorite tasty cake treat, but which one? There are so many great choices. Is it the delicious Crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? No matter what you choose or where you are, it's always time for a tasty cake, so choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, except no substitutes.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax revenue resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All right, absolutely, that's the case. Dom Giordano Show, 855-839-1210. Beautiful weather. Everybody feeling better about it. National COVID Day or International COVID Day. I'm not trying to bring on spring, Henry, even more. I'm not ready to wear it. It's a little too chilly in the studio, but here is the back on youtube.com/1210 WPHT of where all roads lead to here with the Dom Giordano Show. It's the summer White House. It's Mulligan's. Remember, as the weather gets nicer, I hear the call of Mulligan's. I hear those days down in Wildwood. I see the guests that we have. So Johnny Mulligan, Johnny Z, thank you. And thanks for all the hospitality. And as soon as the weather's a little bit, we'll wear the shirt unencumbered here. But the summer White House, Mulligan's down there in Wildwood, is just, it's what talk radio is all about. The kind of stuff that we've done there. Talking to Scott Presler about that the other day, and more of it to come. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is just push pound 1210, and we'll get you on board. Now, saying that Whoopi Goldberg was particularly moronic yesterday is saying a lot. But I'll play you what she said about trans athletes. Why are we making such a big deal? Can't female athletes fend for themselves? And then on YouTube, a great response from Riley Gaines talking about how outrageous this all is. All right, so I'll play that for you. It'll be cut 8 and cut 17 coming up. But 5 years ago, we started to take to the bunkers. Maybe not actually, we were at Mulligan's because President Trump was coming to Wildwood and Jeff Van Drew was switching parties. That was the rationale for it. And I seem to remember it was February 28th. Rich was on in the morning. That's how long ago it was. Rich was on in the morning. I was on 9 to noon. And when I get there, Mulligan's is tiny. There's like people out the door saying, can you get us in? And somehow or another, I remember Rich had tape all around his head for like an insane Bernie Sanders thing. People drinking Bloody Marys. This is only days before the World Health Organization said, go underground.
The good old days.
Well, Mulligan's, Henry, is about as long as these two studios.
Yeah.
Maybe as wide, maybe, depending on the back room and all. And there were over 250 people there at one point, probably. Yeah. And the Bloody Marys was like scrambled eggs and Bloody Marys somehow or another. So I know I vaguely, doing 9 to noon even, almost didn't have a seat. I was like half sitting in. It was so scrunched in. Oh, yeah. It was nuts. And who knew? Just on the horizon, COVID was ready to strike. All right, let me go to Jim, and then we'll play you both Riley Gaines and Whoopi Goldberg yesterday, still on the trans thing. Let's go to Jim and Wayne. And, Jim, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Jim.
Hey, Dom. Nice to talk to you again.
Same here.
The whole thing about the history of COVID, in July 21, I came within like 2 hours of being put on a ventilator when I had COVID pneumonia.
Wow.
And I was just so furious at the government and the health organizations, the way they treated us. In other words, oh, no, you can't have ivermectin. Oh,
right.
No, God help you. I mean, I posted a picture of hydroxychloroquine on my Facebook page. I got the 90-day ban.
Yeah, Facebook, big time, absolutely was trying to say, again, this wasn't medical science, and they didn't seem to have any rationale other than wherever the money was.
And the other thing, of course, which is heartbreaking, is what they did to the seniors. That was criminal.
Yeah, I still can't figure out why in the world you would think something like this you would put into a nursing home. It is both unforgivable and stupid at the same time.
Did you ever think you would live to see the day when this stuff would happen in America? I mean, it's just obscene and heartbreaking at the same time.
Well,
what they did to the seniors.
Right, and Jim, we're not too far away. Bucks County was the epicenter of this, and yet these dopes out there voted the two Democrats who were responsible for it back in overwhelmingly.
I'm convinced it was given, on purpose to the population to stop Trump. Not to sound like a right-wing nut job.
Well, wait a minute. That is. The Chinese doing to it, Jim. I'm there with you, but come on. Who was it that was giving it to us to stop Trump? Come on now.
I mean, it's just.
Okay.
I really,
all right, you're wound up. I get it. But, yeah, the Chinese, and we knew right then it is the Wuhan lab. It wasn't bats. Wasn't any of that stuff. And the epicenter of it in the beginning, do you remember where that was? And Trump shut down travel? Italy.
Right.
Strangely. That was the Chinese coming into Italy.
Well, the Silk Road project where they let you too much and then they take national assets in return.
Yes.
Well, there's a large industrial area in northern Italy.
Sure.
That China took over, and all those guys went home for New Year's and came back. And
yep. Yeah, exactly. Jim, what's your California association?
Lake Tahoe, man. Have you ever been there?
I have not been to Lake Tahoe. Only through Godfather 2. Yeah.
I've been to Cabo, I've been to Hawaii,
right,
and I've been to Tahoe. And Tahoe, you stand at 10,000 feet, 1 foot in California, 1 in Nevada, in deep powder, looking out over that big blue lake. And how you pig out when you ski, right? Well, you would go to the casino buffet at night. I mean, it was unbelievable. It was just the best time.
Gotcha. Thank you, Jim. Lake Tahoe is a great one.
It's a bucket list destination for me.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Well, Godfather 2. Here's my offer back to you, Senator. Not a dime in my pay. Get the hell out of here. You guys come out of here with your greasy hair and your silk suits, passing yourself off. Okay. Whoopi Goldberg yesterday trying a new tactic, bringing God in. Whoopi doesn't quite get this. When people say God doesn't make a mistake, they're saying that maybe you're not trans. God didn't do that. She's saying if you're trans, God didn't make a mistake, so change your body because it is a mistake. Here's Whoopi, what she said about female athletes yesterday, followed by Riley Gaines. Now, Riley Gaines is the person I'd love to see on The View. The shootout of that would be beyond, it would take your breath away, the ignorance that would be shown. Are they not the most, look, there are ignorant people in America. But as far as people that have a platform that big, I would vote them the most ignorant people that we've seen with a platform. That's how ignorant they are. The ignorance just goes up and down the line. The lawyer ignorant, the newsreader, Joyless Joy, Whoopi. All right, here's a little bit of Whoopi followed by Riley Gaines.
You come in and you say, these are men, competing against women. You're assuming that the women are weak and just can't do anything except be here. Have you seen female athletes? They know what they're doing. Mm-hmm. So I'm not sure what's going on or why this is an issue.
All right. Now, Riley Gaines' response.
I will never not be impressed by how unintelligent and out of touch with reality the women of The View are.
When you come in and you say, these are men, competing against women, you're assuming that the women are weak and just can't do anything except be here. Have you seen female athletes? They know what they're doing. Mm-hmm. So I'm not sure what's going on or why this is an issue.
The level of commitment to idiocy is actually remarkable. Let me help you here, Whoopi. This issue matters because women matter because reality matters. These are the same people who at one point screamed and screeched, follow the science. Doesn't seem like Whoopi Goldberg is following the science now. Also, literally no one thinks that men shouldn't be playing in women's sports because women are weak. It is not misogynistic to point out that mediocre men can beat exceptional women. The inverse of that is not true. Take the U.S. women's national soccer team, for example. And if that wasn't enough, watch Whoopi Goldberg blaspheme the Lord.
God doesn't make mistakes.
No.
And the challenge is not to the trans people, it's to the people who are not trans. That's what God is looking to see, how you treat people.
Yeah.
That's...
I feel like this goes without saying, but God does not pick and choose who he will judge on Judgment Day. Although Whoopi did get one thing right. God does not make mistakes. Therefore, he does not put people in the wrong body.
There you go. I mean, you talk about turning it on its head. It is sheer, unadulterated ignorance. What's all this big deal about trans? Like they woke up, Rip Van Winkle suddenly, whoa, what have we been talking about
Rip
here?
Van Winkle.
Yeah. And this is the show that American women, at least it's pitched toward, has been there 26 years, I guess, 27, whatever it's going on. Okay. One of the real benefits, maybe some of the only benefits of all that we went through with COVID, we brought you a whole array of people we got to know. Dr. Nicole Sapphire, Dr. Marty McCary, who as soon as he's confirmed will be on the show, and Dr. Nicole from Fox gave us, an insight day to day around all issues. I think she wrote 2 or 3 books during this period of time. Wanted to talk with her. What sticks out to her? What's the takeaway going forward if something like this happens again? Would we do the same things? Of course some of these people would. Guy like Phil Murphy, that's all that he knows. We would be in lockdown mode no matter what. And then RFK Jr., talking in the last couple of days, he's going to meet with General Mills and others. That's a good thing. Stay in the food lane. All right, so we'll talk with Dr. Nicole, take more of your calls. Hit us with something that is associated with California in any way, shape, or form. I'm really hoping we come up with a person or two that you think exemplifies it. Newsom does, without a doubt. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, you just push pound 1210. Hey, are you looking for a natural way to boost energy, support your heart, and stay active as you age? It's time to try Rescue Oracine. This unique supplement gives your body the essentials it needs to fight fatigue and improve stamina without relying on sugar, caffeine, or artificial boosters. Plus, it supports healthy blood pressure, overall cardiovascular function, helping you feel your best every day. Right now, Dom listeners can take advantage of a special buy one, get one free offer on Rescue Oracine. Just use the code MyEnergy when you order. Call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak with a knowledgeable product consultant or visit res-q.com. Enter the code MyEnergy at checkout. Don't miss out. This exclusive deal will not last forever. Go to res-q.com and use that code MyEnergy. MyEnergy. Grab Rescue Oracine with the buy one, get one free savings. Stay energized, stay heart healthy with Rescue Natural Supplements.
Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN's birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. Visit NordVPN and discover the benefits. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Encrypt your online traffic. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro. Get the special birthday deal at NordVPN.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN.
Does your current trophy wife want a life insurance policy 3 times the size of your previous mistakes? Relax and call Big Lou at Term Provider. Big Lou says if you're in your 50s, even a bit porky, a $1 million term life policy should only cost about $200 to $300 per month. Call Big Lou at 800-529-2856. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He likes trophies, too. For affordable life insurance, call 800-529-2856.
The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa during the $1 million Worldly Winnings drawing. Play and earn entries now through April for your chance at over $1 million in prizes, including 10 $25,000 dream vacation packages. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings March 29th and April 26th. The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa. $1 million Worldly Winnings. Only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or in third-party delivery platforms.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, big issues, big guests. One of our real go-tos, thank God for her during COVID. Dr. Nicole Sapphire is back with us. I think it seemed to me she wrote 2 or 3 books during that period of time and became a fixture on Fox and on shows here in Philadelphia because we needed reassurance, good guidance. If you had kids, particularly navigating all this. Dr. Nicole joins us again on Talk Radio 1210. Doctor, welcome back. And you were one of the upsides of COVID, if there were any, you and Marty McCary. Thank you. Thank you for that we got to know you and the great advice and empathy that you showed.
Well, thank you so much for having me on and for those kind words. Marty has been one of my good friends since before COVID, and now that he's moved on to head the FDA under the Trump administration, he remains one of my good friends. And just to be clear, I only wrote 1 book during COVID, Panic Attack. My first book, Make America Healthy Again, actually had just terrible timing. I wrote it in 2019, but it came out May 2020. So wasn't it interesting that the whole purpose of the book was talking about our chronic illness epidemic and how we're more vulnerable? And that's exactly what we saw through COVID, was those with chronic medical conditions were more vulnerable to COVID. So it was quite timely.
Oh, absolutely. Marty, too, big advocate of that. Every time we talked about that, and we now know one of the takeaways from this, people that had chronic illness, obesity, diabetes, whatever, and maybe elderly on top of it, they were the ones that really suffered during this. Is that your biggest takeaway? What else hit you during that period of time? Because you were on the front lines talking about it as we learned exactly what this was all about.
You know, there were some really clear things that evolved, and my take-home messages have been, and, you know, I'd love to say, oh, now here we are 5 years later, this is what I'm starting to see. The reality is we saw a lot of this stuff in 2020, definitely by 2021, but it became such a faux pas. It was so unpopular to speak out against certain things that you kind of couldn't do it. I wrote Panic Attack kind of talking about it, trying to break through the panic of it all and just talking about the science. I'm a radiologist. I am an objective physician. I love objective medicine. I don't like the feely, subjective things. So when I look back on COVID, one of the biggest things, kind of what we just touched upon, chronic illness has rendered Americans completely vulnerable, whether it's our obesity, the diabetes, our cardiovascular disease, even our mental health. All of that, the large amount of that within our country made us more vulnerable to a virus, which that if you were a younger or healthier person really had some mild effects. Now, don't take me wrong. There were some people who had some severe effects from COVID that you would have never thought. And there were some things about that virus that concerned me, especially early on, about the way that it was causing some central nervous systems issues. People were joking like, oh, I've lost my sense of smell with COVID. I'm like, that's not insignificant. That means your central nervous system is involved. that's a big concern. So whether COVID was able to lay dormant within our bodies, that was a huge concern for me. And it's turning out it may in some people. One of the other things that became very evident was that we need to be able to try different things for treatments. And, some people were talking about ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, steroids. The reality is when you don't know how to treat something, when you have something novel, you need to just throw the kitchen sink at it and let's see what works. Unfortunately, we're putting a lot of people on ventilators early on. That turned out to be detrimental, and that probably led to deaths. Physicians are imperfect human beings, but we were trying to save lives, and that didn't turn out right. But the way that they started restricting access to certain medications just because they didn't follow the mainstream media talking points, that's a big no-no in my book.
Absolutely, too. And we were just talking a moment ago. I think Andrew Cuomo, for example, is usually pretty savvy politically. What in the world, though, even based upon Dr. Nicole, what we knew then, would say to put all these patients into nursing homes? We see the vulnerabilities, even if you're not a doctor there. You got to think that might not work. And then when it starts to not work after a very short period of time, you ought to reassess and move out of the nursing homes.
I think you're giving way too much credit to those politicians. Ultimately, they are responsible for every decision that they make. But let's be honest, they are getting advice from people that they have surrounded themselves with. So I would be more apt to look to who was surrounding Governor Cuomo at that time, who advised him that that was a good idea. Ultimately, it falls on him. He makes the decision, and that is one of the consequences that comes with being a leader. But who was also advising him of that? Because, of course, looking at that, you don't have to be a physician. You don't have to be a geriatric physician to know by taking people from the hospital who are still testing positive for a highly contagious virus and then putting them in nursing homes where public health illness already spreads rampant as it is. We see that in terms of flu, pneumonia, even STDs. We see it all through running rampant in there. So now you're going to take a highly contagious novel virus that is having a very high fatality rate in the elderly, and you're going to put them in the nursing home. That makes no sense. You're going to keep young, healthy people out of school, out of work. You're going to lock down the entire country, but yet you're going to expose the most vulnerable to the virus. That makes no sense. And I believe the people who made those decisions need to be held accountable. But to just blame it on the one person who signed that paper, that's not going far enough.
I hear you. Now, we mentioned chronic illnesses. I haven't seen you on Fox or have seen you write about, I may have missed it, RFK Jr., who I think his legacy can be the most important, as important as Trump's here. If he stays in the lane of chronic illness, the foods, he's meeting with the giant food companies. Tell me what you see him doing here that you think is on the right course.
I think RFK Jr. has an incredible platform and is really the first person to come to the table politically saying we have to tackle the chronic illness epidemic, and I'm very excited to see that. I'm not sure if that really aligns with the role of the HHS secretary, although it has a big part of it because it does influence all aspects of HHS and all of our public health. People are already starting to change just knowing for the change that are coming. You saw that the FDA has already restricted a certain red dye, and that was before RFK Jr. was even sworn in. And now you see, I think it's Steak and Shake, they're trying to use beef tallow. This is definitely a movement, and I think that's a wonderful thing. I think it's going to take a lot more than just switching from seed oils to beef tallow to really chronic this epidemic. It's going to take a lot more, especially focusing on our lower income, making sure that those who cannot afford it have access to healthier food options. Not just the wealthy who can afford to have their own chickens or own their gardens or shop at the local Whole Foods. So it's really going to be an all hands on deck effort, and watching very closely because as they're cutting funding, they're going to be cutting funding to Medicaid and some of these other programs. And while I do agree that there's a lot of waste there, I talk about it in my first book, Make America Healthy Again. I think that we have to be careful to make sure that the most vulnerable are not actually cut off from access to some of these things.
On that point, another book coming up. What else are you doing? Where do we see you on a regular? I see you on the weekends on a regular basis on Fox, and then various interviews during the week. What's the best way to see you and to see what you're up to next?
Well, people still don't necessarily remember that I am still a full-time working physician. So Monday through Friday, you find me in the hospital. Hopefully you don't have to see me there.
Yeah.
But I do my weekend wellness every Sunday on Fox and Friends, and I do several segments, as you said, during the week. I also am hosting the Big Weekend Show at least 1 to 2 weekends a month, Saturday and Sundays, and I have a podcast coming out next month, so stay tuned for that. But you can always find me on X and Instagram. I'm all over. Videos, chatting it up.
And the podcast, do you have a name for it yet? Is that being workshopped?
It is undergoing legal review right now. So I can't tell you yet, but I'm excited for it. And trust me, it's going to be all things health and wellness. But as everyone knows, I have a little bit of an edge to me, and I don't buy into the hype, especially a lot of those trends. So I'm certainly going to be going through some of those trendy things, telling you what's good, what's not, what's total crap.
All right. Well, as soon as the legal stuff is cleared up, we'd love to have you back to promote that, Doctor. Thank you. Thanks for joining us as always.
Can't wait. Thanks for having me.
Dr. Nicole Saphier here on Talk Radio 1210. Her look, it was only one book, well, two books ultimately, that dropped during COVID for her. 855-839-1210. Here we go again. Michelle Obama's podcast is raising 2028 speculation. She'll finally run. She doesn't want to run because she's never been challenged. Nobody has ever asked her. It's the most sacred of sacreds. Anything that she says that's ridiculous is not challenged. She just writes another book and they write another check for $10 million. I would be astounded if she runs for president. You'd have to hand it to her an even inch. I think I'll do it a day or two a week. How would that be? No way. She would have done it this time. The opening was there. They could have tagged her in. And that's what the great hope was. You tag her in a short period of time. All the flaws that are there would not be able to be seen as quickly. So when they couldn't do that with her, they did it with Kamala Harris. You know, similar type of approach. All right, 855-839-1210.
It is such a giant leap to be like, Michelle Obama starting a podcast? Is she running for president? Like,
yes.
Come on.
I'm still waiting for Josh Shapiro, too, to be asked since Newsom has come out with this stuff about the trans issue. What would he say on it?
Well, he needs a podcast next. Newsom's got one now.
Yes. How about a name for at Dom Show 1210? I don't care about Newsom as much. I care about our guy here. We need a name for the Josh Shapiro. Josh Shapiro and son. You know, his son's got to be there. He's his advisor on the death penalty. So why not? All right, 855-839-1210. They have her, the bookmakers, as the leading candidate to win the nomination. He's not going to run. We've been through this tease year after year. All right, more of your calls coming up. And Dr. Nicole put it beautifully. Chronic disease. RFK Jr., that's the lane. If he's able to do something big on that, that will be a tremendous legacy. A little bit later, we'll talk with Congressman Dan Muser. I think 1:30. They're going to vote today. Democrats are going to vote in unison to shut down the government. The media will not put it that way. God knows how they'll put that headline. And I think it's going to happen. All in the order of trying to stop Elon Musk. Get a breather. Do anything you can. Just delay it. Now, I'm not sure how that would delay it, though. He'll still be behind the scenes looking into fraud, abuse, and waste. 855-839-1210, though. Grab a line here with Dom on Talk Radio 1210.
Talk Radio 1210's 8th annual Radiothon, benefiting the Travis Manion Foundation, presented by Edelman's Coins, is Friday, March 21st. Listen from 6 a.m. till 7 p.m. for special guests, surprises, and fun, and help the Travis Manion Foundation empower veterans and families of the fallen, and unite the community through service. Listen all day Friday, March 21st on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. Thanks to our sponsors, Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer, AMC Heating, Plumbing, and Air Conditioning, now hiring experienced technicians. Veterans encouraged to apply. Visit amcontheweb.com. Tillman Builders. Love your home again with a Tillman Builders renovation.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra and Philly Sports Put to Music at the Keswick Theater, Saturday, April 5th.
I love the orchestra, the music.
It was fantastic. I saw it before. This one was absolutely marvelous.
Proceeds go to the 5 Abington fire companies to replace protection gear permanently damaged in the recent SPS fire. That's Conklin and City Rhythm at the Keswick in Glenside, Saturday, April 5th. And help the Abington firefighters. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Okay, it is Dom time, 855-839-1210. Michael Siders is one of the greats on Twitter. I don't think he calls in that much. Great picture. What does he remember the 5 years ago, COVID? You got the kids playing their instruments inside those green pup tents. Remember that with the plastic and all that?
Oh,
They were in a band playing. Yeah, ridiculous. California reference, the Beach Boys. That's a pretty good one. Although I dispute, wish they could all be California girls. No. Think that's kind of made up. That's kind of fraudulent.
Well, David's not going to be happy about you just saying that.
That's okay. He had it on.
He had it.
Yeah, I didn't see it. Yeah. But those kids in the green tents, the zip up, zip out, playing their instruments. How long that went on. But do you remember here locally, Meg Brock, who moved away, was watching on Twitter today, 5 years in, never forget. Bucks County was the epicenter of this. And we had a guy, David Damsker, who was on fire across the state. School boards were saying, based on this guy, we're sending him back to school. He said 3 feet is plenty. And even then, he thought, it's minimal, the problem, versus the 6 foot thing, 6 feet. And what did they do? They put him in the basement, shut your mouth. And what did these dopes do out in Bucks County? They voted Diane Marseglia. That's the woman we saw during the election cycle. Her nonsense, remember that? And her stooge, Bob Harv DeGrasse Harvey. Those people. And they ran on an abortion complex, like they were going to be aborting babies out there in Bucks County. They're commissioners. Come on, Diane. When are you going to come back on the show? You came on once. It wasn't that bad. Now it might be more troublesome. By the way, got to play this YouTube alert. YouTube.com/1210WPHT. Our buddy Scott Presler, in a moment after David's call, his door knocking technique. Presler called us yesterday, Lancaster County. I put it up on Twitter. People are going wild. He stands like 15 feet away. He doesn't want to invade. You know, people think he's coming in.
Very polite.
Yeah, and the whole tactic that he uses, the courting of the voter, this guy's the textbook. If you could clone 500 people like him, you're going to win Jersey or any state like that. Just have them going around doing this. It works. Let me go to David in Somerset. Then we'll show you that on YouTube and play some of the sound. Hey, David, Beach Boys, we got you for. That's a great one.
Thanks, Dom. I appreciate that. By the way, there's a great movie. If you've never seen it, it was before COVID. It was called Love and Mercy.
Okay.
It's a great story about Brian Wilson and all the struggles that he had. And it really focuses in on the Dr. Landy relationship played by Paul Giamatti, and he just nails the role.
Paul Giamatti is an incredibly underrated actor. Just
the best.
Go watch him play John Adams right now. I renounce you, sir. I renounce you to his son.
Anything he does is just amazing. So,
yeah.
But my story about COVID, Dom, is that, and I think you know this, I sell merchant services to businesses. And I had a business. It was a bar restaurant. They've decided to sell, so they didn't go out of business because of COVID. But I was there the day before the shutdown in New Jersey. And she was preparing for St. Patrick's Day. And she had to make an on-the-fly decision to turn around all the food. And, you know, she had to buy massive amounts of food. She had to turn this around to her suppliers. And then the suppliers, if you think about the chain of events there, the suppliers, how many of them watched food just go bad?
Oh, yeah, exactly.
They couldn't keep it anymore. And it was a decision made by some politician that, you know, and Phil Murphy always claimed that he was a businessman. He had no idea how to run a business.
Yeah, he's
he worked
a
at
hedge
Goldman
fund.
Sachs.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Right.
Goldman Sachs, the previous governor, was that too. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's just, you know, the businesses that they impacted, and none of the people in the government, they didn't get a cut in their salaries. And, you know, I work 100% on commission. So here I am watching my revenue dive. All the businesses, I'm sure they took a much harder hit than I did. And, you know, these people just sat there. And I said to someone in the bar, he was laughing at me. I said, good luck on getting our freedom back in 2 weeks. And he said, oh, you don't believe what the government says, huh? And he called me a conspiracy theorist. And how long did it take for Phil Murphy to lift those restrictions? Once they get power, they never give it back.
Thank you, David. I would argue that at least it's a draw that Wolfman Hack may have been worse, given that New Jersey is a nutty progressive state, Pennsylvania not. And what he did was a replica. Phil Murphy's just more obnoxious and insufferable. And then there's the teeth and hair. Here's Scott Presler, though. Here's the door knock technique. I'm knocking doors, Dom. Yesterday when he calls in, you know, he gets into that weird Virginia Hills accent.
Oh, yeah, you can hear it come out in some words.
The knocking. I'm knocking. And he was a bit pressed. YouTube.com/1210WPHT. Here's the technique of Scott Presler.
My name's Scott. I'm your fellow Republican neighbor. We have a special election coming up on March 25th, and I wanted to make sure that you were aware that your county commissioner, Mr. Parsons, is running for the Senate special election, and I wanted to ask for your vote.
You got me there. I already checked up on him.
Did you? Good. Now, are you going to be around? Do you need a mail-in ballot? Are you going to vote on Election Day? Because it's March 25th.
Yeah. We go over here at the Penn Township building.
Okay.
So we go to vote. I go with a couple other ladies. So.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Well, if I may, I'm sure that you have some girlfriends. May I leave you with one of these? Sure. And then I'm going to ask for your vote one more time because this November we have 3 really bad Democrats that are on the Supreme Court, and we have the opportunity to vote no to retention. And if you vote no to them, you'll kick 3 of them off the bench. They allowed our businesses to be shut down during 2020. They allowed mail-in ballots to come after the election day in the 2020 election. So these are people that are kind of ruling against liberty and ruling against keeping us open. And so I'm going to leave you with two things, if that's okay. Okay. If I may approach you.
All right, there you go. He's got like the not a 3-point shot, but maybe just inside the key.
Yeah, he's at the free throw line.
Yeah,
right there.
yeah. He's not trying. He's a big guy, and this guy with the big hair and all this. Not going to open the door to that unless you have a screen or something. So he stands back, and I'm going to ask you for your vote one more time. It's all Presler.
I didn't think of Scott Presler as a backwards hat kind of guy.
Oh yeah. Sometimes he does that.
Sometimes
I
always see him as a front-facing forward guy.
Right,
the hair, cascade out of the hat and backwards
exactly.
hat. Interesting.
Yeah, he is. It's just, you can't write this stuff that guys like this come out of the woodwork. You can't create it. All right, so 855-839-1210. Congressman Dan Muser will be here. What's his inside? They're going to be voting on something at 1:40. He's here at 1:30, though. And at 4 o'clock is the big vote. The Dean of Decency, Madeline Dean, tells the people proudly out of Montgomery County, hell no, I'm not voting to keep the government open.
Decency.
That's okay, Madeline, but don't lecture us all the time about shutting down the government. She says it's a no because this is not a clean CR bill. I guess it's dirty.
Clean.
You need some, it's not a clean bill. Whenever they use the clean thing, you go, well, what's missing in there? All right, so this is the big showdown today. I think Republicans might squeak by with this vote. Trump wants that, doesn't want this to happen. They think they can stop DOJ. If this shutdown happens, it would happen on Saturday. Coming up, I'll tell you a story of how mean this can be when they shut down government. The pain Democrats try to inflict. Why? Well, they think it helps them to win. Then they blame Republicans for causing the pain. 855-839-1210.
When choosing a lawn care service, doesn't it make sense to hire a company that provides better results and is safer for your family and pets? Choose Natural Lawn of America. At Natural Lawn, they believe in growing greener, healthier lawns without the harsh chemicals. They use environmentally friendly products to keep your lawn lush and green while protecting the safety of your family and pets. From organic fertilizers to safer weed and insect controls, they make sure your lawn thrives naturally season after season. Join the growing number of homeowners switching to Natural Lawn's safer services and start enjoying a beautiful, eco-friendly lawn you can be proud of. Schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program today and get free seeding every year. If you want a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding, call Natural Lawn at 800-FREE-SEED. That's 800-FREE-SEED. Your lawn deserves the best, so call the best. Choose Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. Are you feeling lucky? Well, you should be, because at United Tire and Service, you get to pick your own pot of gold. Buy 4 new tires and choose your treasure. A free oil change, a free alignment, or the best road hazard coverage on the house. And you still get all manufacturer rebates and United Tire's loyalty rewards. But don't push your luck. This deal disappears April 7th. No need to chase rainbows for really great deals. Visit UnitedTire.com to find the location nearest you. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
This March, Hester Chevrolet is making it easier than ever to drive home in a new Chevy. Get a 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 SSV, just $43,999. Plus, upfit services are available for lights, sirens, plows, and more. Lease a 2025 Chevy Equinox EVLT, just $199 a month for 36 months. Hester Chevrolet, Philly's trusted Chevy dealer. Visit us at HesterChevy.com. Call 267-343-9094 for details. Together, let's drive.
Hester Chevrolet!
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Yes, happy COVID Day, if we can say that. 5 years after the fact. You heard Dr. Nicole Sapphire. What is it that are the takeaways? And who is it that screwed up royally? When is the day of reckoning? You could say in some ways Fauci's had a mini day of reckoning, not what he deserves, but he got damaged by this in some ways. Phil Murphy, no, they reelected. They didn't seem to think he was a causal element. Wolfman Hack was headed out the door. I want to pivot, though, to something else, too. And you see some, like Reason Magazine, libertarians that I respect, making a case that I think is wrong. I think we're exactly right. And we can't do it quickly enough to kick out, you can use deport. I'm going to use kick the hell out, Columbia student Mahmoud Khalil. This is under the fact that Hamas, which he is a big supporter of, is a terrorist organization. I'm not just saying it. That's by law. That's what it is. And he's not only supporting them with speech, he's working to support them in multiple ways. And he's clear. And again, remember, he's here on a visa. He wants to destroy Western civilization. So in what universe are we making some so-called constitutional plea here, like a suicide pact? We're going to go down and we're going to feel good about ourselves because Mr. Khalil at Columbia can stay here and do all these nonsense. No, he's on his way to be kicked out, deported, and I support that. This is under Section 237. It allows the Secretary of State to seek to deport an alien whose presence or activities in the United States, the Secretary of State has reasonable ground to believe would potentially serious adverse foreign policy consequences for the U.S. It's also backed up because, as I said, by law, Hamas is a terrorist organization. It's not just me saying it. It's what they've been deemed. Are we nuts that we're debating, freedom of speech? It's not just about speech. And it's about the hell they're putting Jewish students through. 855-839-1210. And again, we don't have this tripwire here. This guy is not an American citizen. He's toxic. He's here at our pleasure. And we're not being pleased by this anymore. But we're told, the ramifications of this. Now, look, I look at these things on a case-by-case basis. Could there be a case where it's more questionable and we go down that path and all that? Okay. But this, to me, is pretty clear-cut what this guy's been engaged in and why he's got to go. and why an example has to be made, and why maybe as many as hundreds more. Why do we need them here? Well, we're proving something about ourselves. You must be anti-American. You don't get that's what America's all about. No, it's not. No, it's not about this nonsense for the reasons I just gave you. He's got to go. And this whole network that's built up, hiding behind all this stuff on college campuses until one of these Looney Tunes inspires or goes over the line even more himself, that has to go. All right, 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All I need you to do is just push pound 1210 and we'll get you on board. So are you concerned where you got to come down on the side? We hear this all the time, freedom. It's not just speech. And we've been through this before, by the way, with colleges. When you're talking about speech that is discriminatory, targets Jewish students, going after them in various ways, and you're here on a visa, really? You think we're going to continue with this game with these people? I don't think so. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210. 855-839-1210. Ann Coulter has surfaced saying, boy, talk about a fall from grace. Yeah, you don't want to see Ann Coulter up close. Oh, God. Just a...
Here, see, I don't want to hear it.
Yeah, no, it's she used to be a thing, but not so much anymore. And she surfaced saying, well, this is clearly a freedom of speech case, and others trying to make that case. I don't see it at all in that manner, that this is what it's about, for the reasons I just gave you. It's pretty clear. This guy is a template. He's the face of people that should be removed. Well, you don't have much face in the country then, do you? Yeah, I do. But I also have realism here that this is very dangerous stuff. This guy's about the destruction of Westerns. That's what these Hamas, and that's what these groups are about. It's not just the Jews. It's not just Israel. They don't like Western civilization. They want to demean women. They want to attack women. They want to keep women down. They hate Jews. They don't want Israel there. And they're here in this country having a picnic, hiding behind this on college campuses. And we're going to say, oh, man, I don't want to be in a country that would silence this guy's freedom of speech. Is it really about that? Now, you could say anything you want, even if I did. It doesn't matter about Israel, sure, about Netanyahu, about Trump, about yada, yada, yada. But what you cannot do is being aiding and abetting probably the most prominent terrorist group out there in Hamas. And that's exactly what this guy's been engaged in. Does he have a right to his day in court? Oh, God. I don't even know if I'm going to go there with that. I don't see what his rights are, given the facts as we see them. You want to go through that, that's fine. But again, your rights are more limited. You're here on a visa. Why in the world would we argue this is good for this country? What's the argument? Well, people on the other sides are. And we hear this is Nazi Germany. No, it's not. This guy, if anything, would be the one that would side with Nazis when it comes to Jews and when it comes to his attitude toward women. It's very clear. And what they're doing to Jewish students on campuses that he's involved in and others is just criminal. And we go through this again and again and again. All right, 855-839-1210. You can get on board. Do you see it the other way? Do you see this as again, we can never untangle people screaming freedom of speech. I think I entangled it by giving you the various ways this differs from just speech. And it's also his status, and it's the status of the group that he exemplifies. Let's destroy Western civilization. Now, if some American, academically, wanted to say Western civilizations sucks, it always has, etc., we should be moving away. Yeah, you can say that. I'm not saying you can't say that. But this is clearly over the line to any reasonable person. And when we get cases like this, why would people want to turn themselves into knots and to say the country is over if we deport a guy like this? So let's think about it. National Democrat Party, they're dying on the Hill, another 80-20 issue of what? They're dying on the Hill with guys like this and Dylan Mulvaney, who was on The View again. They're dying on the trans hill. They're dying on the radical hill. And what are two things they both have in common? Dylan Mulvaney, who, look, is mentally ill, can say whatever. That's sad. But the people supporting this are diminishing women in sports. And the people supporting guys like this and this philosophy are diminishing women. Woman has every right she wants to put on the headgear, to cover up, impure, whatever it is. In America, knock yourself out. You can do that. But guess what? We have the right to say, I don't care what you say. That's the way you see it. The way I see it, putting women through this is diminishing women. It's putting down women. You have the right to do it, but I have the right to express that. And this guy is engaged in something that is over the line. That is illegal. You can't find a better case of a purveyor of a group that has been legally now deemed a terrorist group. And I think the thing from Rubio's office is, it's not just about demonstrating, protesting. It's about the infrastructure of aiding and abetting Hamas. Is that not something that you would be deported for? Of course you would be. Why would this even be a case? Democrats making it a huge case. They want to continue to consort. And I bet this is more than 80-20. This might be 90-10. Well, Americans are wrong. They don't believe in freedom of speech. Always resorting to that there are no exceptions to this until some conservative says something they don't like, and then you have to be canceled forever. They know in their hearts, at least the more reasonable ones, this guy's out of bounds. This is an out of bounds situation. Now, could there be closer calls with some of these people? Sure. This guy, not even a close call. All right, let me go to Joe in Columbus. And Joe's in on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe, good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon, Dom. Hey, Dom, in reference to what you just discussed, whatever happened to see something, say something?
Right.
You know?
Oh, yeah. Well, but I don't know what the Jersey Transit plays it all the time. What are we supposed to say? I saw this guy look suspicious, drop it. No. You're supposed to just say something. Okay.
Well, and, this guy, plain and simple, no further explanation. You violated your visa. Get out of here. You're done.
Yeah, exactly. There's no legal standing here. With an American citizen, these are a lot closer calls. You need a lot more. This is very, very clear. It's not just speech. It's aiding and abetting these terrorists.
Right. And, Dom, it's their gradual infiltration of their moral fabric or lack of that they're trying to impose on us at a graduated pace.
Well, so, and Joe, to that point, that's the challenge. He wants to destroy Western civilization, replace it with Sharia law, and he wants to boss around, diminish, God knows what, women. That's exactly what this is about.
Right. Dom, if I can give you my recollection of 9/11, not 9/11, COVID, it was the year after they shut down baseball and all sports. COVID was still alive and well the second year, and I was sitting in Virginia Tech Notre Dame football game, shoulder to shoulder with strangers. And, and like I said, COVID was still alive and well and feared. And I was with a friend of mine who was an alumnus of Virginia Tech, and I asked him, I said, what does this stadium hold? And he said 48,000. And I was going from the highs of, we'll say the Rose Bowl, the Coliseum, 100,000+. And I came up with a conservative. I went right on my phone to my calculator. I did a conservative average, or what I thought was conservative, 25,000 fans, 11 games, 256 Division I football schools. I came up with over 70 million people watch COVID that year. And it was the same year they were calling Trump rallies super spreaders. And I said, how can you call them super spreaders with 25,000 people, but you're not even going to touch college football? And I just knew something was up at that point, because they didn't blackball NCAA sports whatsoever.
Yeah, there was a lot of stuff going on. Well, the classic was Phil Murphy, who's on with Tucker Carlson, saying, I'm not going to shut down liquor stores because alcoholics need liquor. But Tucker said, you're shutting down churches. And he said, that's above my pay grade when asked about it.
Right. He gave that up. When you come up with 70 million people, which is a fifth of the country's population watching college football, and you're not saying boo, I knew there was, I was safe. And I'm unvaccinated, I'll tell you right now. So,
all right, Joe, what's your California thing?
My side question, and it hit home personally because I got sent out there, was the history of California earthquakes. My former engineering firm sent me out there to evaluate that double-decker Embarcadero freeway that basically turned into a tomb. We had to go out and evaluate the failure of that structure.
Boy, yeah.
That was once my former company's design, and we had to keep an eye on the goal and not what was buried inside that structure.
Gotcha. That's a great one. Earthquakes, definitely. Coming up, more of your calls, and former producer Anthony DiRenzo stopped in today and made a point to me about what we're seeing with our 401ks and stocks falling, et cetera, and what Trump is trying to do based upon differing generations and how they may see it. I'll tell you what that is. I think for people that are his age, that are watching it, they may see it a little bit differently than people who are feeling 401k time is devastating. All right, the White House is doing a brief. We may jump into that if it's, about the latest stock failure today. The argument is, as much as I can piece it out, Trump is trying to return American business back to America. The way to do that is to break down the advantage you get by being in these foreign countries. So I'll give you that angle. A lot of people want to get in, though, particularly on this guy at Columbia, or really, I'm not even sure he's a graduate student at Columbia. Now, if it goes to court, okay, let's see what he's really been up to. But every time I see this and see guys like this and see the left, except for Bill Maher, who's a liberal, not a progressive, Bill Maher speaks out about this guy's version of religion and how they view women. How could anybody be dying on this hill for this guy? Well, I will, disagree with you violently, but fight for your right to say it. It's not just saying it. It's supporting, aiding, abetting in multiple ways one of the most virulent group of individuals we've ever seen, Hamas. That's what it's about. 855-839-1210.
Talk Radio 1210's 8th Annual Radiothon, benefiting the Travis Manion Foundation, presented by Edelman's Coins. It's Friday, March 21st. Listen from 6 a.m. till 7 p.m. for special guests, surprises, and fun, and help the Travis Manion Foundation empower veterans and families of the fallen, and unite the community through service. Listen all day Friday, March 21st on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. Thanks to our sponsors, Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer, Emmons Roofing Windows and Solar, online at emmonsroofing.com. Bucks County Estate Traders, the finest collection of high-end and vintage furniture. Visit their huge showroom in Hatfield.
Attention. If you suffer from consistent pain in your joints caused by arthritis, overuse, or injury, you may be a candidate for a revolutionary therapy that could revitalize damaged tissue. This approach can provide long-lasting relief from pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, and other joints with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. To find out if you're a viable candidate, you may request a free consultation from QC Kinetics by calling 267-692-6136. Instead of masking the symptoms, it goes to the root of the problem to resolve it at its source. Already used by thousands of satisfied patients nationwide, this joint pain therapy is available right now to the public, but only for qualified candidates. Again, to find out if you're a viable candidate for this therapy, you may request a free consultation by calling QC Kinetics at 267-692-6136. That's 267-692-6136.
The Philly Boat Show is back March 14th through 16th at the Expo Center at Oaks. Shop and compare 20 dealers from 4 states. Get low boat show only prices. See saltwater fishing boats, pontoons, ski boats, jet boats, bass boats, and more. Philly Boat Show March 14th through 16th. Expo Center at Oaks. Details at phillyboatshow.com. That's phillyboatshow.com.
For a limited time at Verizon, you can get our best price ever for a single line. Just $45 per month when you bring your phone, which is less than you spend on Too Tired to Cook takeout every week. Get one line on Unlimited Welcome for $45 per month with AutoPay plus taxes and fees. Visit your local Verizon store by April 2nd to save. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on Unlimited Welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Additional terms apply.
Imagine taking a shower that never runs out of hot water. Well, here's some good news. Bradford White's Infinity Series GS and GR tankless water heaters deliver endless hot water whenever you need it. They're highly efficient too, saving you energy and money. Like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. How you heat your water matters. Learn more about our Infinity Series tankless water heaters at bradfordwhite.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Miss any of the Dom Giordano program? Download and follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
It's a beautiful morning.
All right, Dom Giordano Show. Great calls today on the 5th anniversary of COVID. Even though Dan and I were still here, I wasn't in the Dom Dome yet. But it was right around this day that the World Health Organization, that's the other thing, thank God they've been unmasked, but they did declare it a pandemic, and then everything started to move. We're kind of looking at that, still not a day of reckoning, and that day, well, that period of time, really set off the division even worse than anything that we can imagine. By the way, Mike Gibson, Mike, you got to get out more. You got to give it up. I know Henry asked me, are you being serious on Twitter? That says that Scott Presler should be charged with harassment. I think you got to be within a 1 or 2 foot zone of harassment. He's standing 15 feet away.
At least like shouting or
yeah,
something.
Right. Talking to women at the door. Might I ask you to vote against the Supreme Court? Did you know they did this? Where's the harassment?
Can I approach?
Can I approach? He goes. That's like he throws his, great seeing him on YouTube at that. The door knocking seminar with this guy. There ought to be a film about him, at least a documentary. If I had the funding and time, I would just follow this around. It is, I've seen it up close. It is the Pied Piper. That's exactly what it is and what he's doing. And guess what? They know what he's going to do in Jersey. He's going to win Jersey, despite some of the Republicans there not getting the memo. Dom Giordano's not radioactive. Richie Always not radioactive. Matt Rooney's not radioactive. Harry Hurley, well, he may be no, kidding. Harry Hurley's not radioactive. Why are we not at the upcoming convention? What the heck's wrong with us? You know, all 4 of us are all radioactive. Oh, yeah, those guys. Can't have them here. We want to win this time. All right, we'll see. You're not going to win just by grinding it out and saying we're all moderate, we're tapioca. You're going to win with policies that people actually want. Let's go to Richard in Westchester on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Richard, afternoon.
Good afternoon. Greetings. I remember about 4 or 5 years ago, I received a letter from the American Board of Internal Medicine, associated also with the American Board of Pediatrics and then Emergency Room Medicine, threatening all physicians that if they spread, quote, COVID misinformation, which they never truly defined, that we would lose our board certification, which is essentially a death penalty in the field of medicine. It's like losing your bar certification as a lawyer. And I don't think they ever rescinded that. And I think the confidence in the medical profession has taken a nosedive, and I think it's well deserved.
And Richard, I think that's when we first really got to hear you. You know, I remember some calls early on around that, and that's how it all blossomed with your status as a big-time regular. Yeah, it was during that. So what's your California association?
Well, I always loved New Year's Day and the Rose Bowl, especially a Big Ten team. And to me, that was football in the old days.
Gotcha. All right. That's National California Day. And, of course, Newsom out there. Coming up, Dan Muser is right there ready to vote in Congress. And later today, he will be voting. Congressman from Pennsylvania. Big Trump guy. Might run for governor. That'd be a heck of a race. We'll take you inside the shutdown and see what he says about it. I'll tell you what the White House is saying about the latest free-for-all of the Dow. I'm not in their camp on this. You're going to tell me if you are or not. The big picture, am I missing it? All straight ahead. First, though, let's talk about Sicily. It's been said you just don't visit Sicily. You fall head over heels in love with this ancient crossroads of civilization. The Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans, they've all left their cultural mark. I'd like you to join me and Ro, the sun, the sea, and the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria. Ro's country, the family, the old family back in the day. This fall, we may run into some of the Paganos there. If I'm headed to Europe again, there's only one tour company to go with, Conservative Tours. Ken Chase and the boys. $55.44. That includes airfare. The dining events, stuff of legend. Bustling Palermo, Quattrocante, stunning Montreal, the Palace of the Normans. All you have to do is go to the website, get all the information, and be ready to go. Go to conservativetours.com or call them as the more direct way, 888-733-9494. We will even enjoy the Godfather Tour. Visit all the locales from the movie. Think about it. The crown jewel of Sicily has to be Taormina. And I'll see you in Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily. It's ancient, charming, picturesque, and always a country within a country. I will see you in Savoca if you call 888-733-9494.
Weather is sponsored by Meineke.
Spring-like conditions continue across the Delaware Valley today with high temperatures about 20 degrees above average. Plenty of sunshine, turning breezy with a high 71. Tonight, a cold front comes through the region, just bringing some clouds, low 42. And cooler on Wednesday, partly sunny with a high near 60.
When you step on your brakes, do you hear a squeal or a grinding noise? Don't wait. Take your car to your locally owned and operated Meineke, and their expert technicians will diagnose the problem. Find a location near you at Meineke.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
It's Jack Daniel's Madness during the month of March at your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirit stores with Jack and Coke and Jack and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Ready to drink in a can and $1 off 4-packs. Celebrate St. Patrick's Day with 1.7 liters of Jack Daniel's Original, Jack Fire, and Jack Honey, all for $3 off. And step up your game with Gentleman Jack 750 milliliters for $2 off. Celebrate responsibly.
Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's and Old Number 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniel's Properties, Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Need new doors and windows, but not high-pressure sales tactics?
If so, give Emmons a call today. At Emmons, we provide top-notch installation service with a focus on quality and customer satisfaction with brands like Anderson and Provia Windows and Doors.
And you can upgrade your home today with our energy-efficient options, which help save you money.
Call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Hi, it's John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, a live call-in show airing every Sunday morning at 8 a.m. on WPHT. What would you do to protect yourself this cold and flu season? Well, medical hydration therapy at Innovative Medical Associates could help to boost your immune system. That's because vitamin C and other key nutrients are delivered intravenously right to your cells. Medical hydration therapy may even lessen symptoms should you become ill with a virus or suffer with long COVID or post-COVID conditions. Dr. Molly Fantasia at Innovative Medical Associates prescribes a personalized treatment plan for every patient.
We are a medical facility. We treat our IV protocols or our hydration protocols as a medical modality.
Learn more about the benefits of medical hydration therapy at innovativemedicalassociates.com. And be sure to join Dr. Molly and me on Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 for Health Watch on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano Show, big issues, big guests, right there in the belly of the beast. Joining us is Congressman Dan Muser from Pennsylvania here on Talk Radio 1210. Congressman, big day. Thanks for joining us. Quarterback the scene there in the House. What is happening? What's your perception of what will happen around this CR bill?
Tom, hey, great to be with you. Well, what's going to happen is this. They claim that there's a couple of holdouts, but we know there'll be one. We're going to pass this CR later today. And it's not the most preferred outcome, but it really sets the stage for everything else we needed to do. It gives us a runway for the reconciliation bill, for all of the other measures that are in the America First plan. The White House on board, the House is on board, and when it gets over to the Senate, we shall see if we're going to need 7 Democrat senators to also be on board with our 53 Republicans. And if they aren't, then they are shutting down the government. You know, Dom, you know what's really crazy about this? What we're talking about is a bill, a budget bill that was passed by Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and the Democrats. Now I come into my office and I was on the House floor and I'm watching Nancy Pelosi and every other nut that's frankly trying to con the American people into thinking and an accomplice of a media that this is some sort of horrific thing to do. It's the same bill as last year with a couple of revisions. And just very quickly, one of them is a $20 billion reduction to the IRS, which I guarantee you most Americans are for. That was unused money because they didn't hire those 80,000 new agents. Mm-hmm. They only hired 15,000, by the way. So that saved us $20 billion and $10 billion from commerce. Okay, so everything else, and we have increases, a $6 billion increase to the PACT Act benefiting veterans, $7.6 billion in the WIC program for women's and infants, 10% raise for our military troops, $12 billion for 28 new Navy ships. Look, they're nuts. We're doing something here. We're trying to be responsible, set a stage for strengthening our national security, strengthening our economy. And you know what they're doing? They're doing nothing other, Dom, than trying to preserve and protect the swamp and lie to the American people about us looking to cut Medicaid, because that couldn't be further from the truth.
Let me talk about that's the big one. Of course, we're going to go down that path. Would there be a look either through Elon Musk or some other aegis of what we talk about? Some of the people on Medicaid that it's perceived should not be on Medicaid. They're not credible. They're able-bodied. They shouldn't be on Medicaid. Or are you saying we're not even going to be looking at that as we move forward?
Oh, absolutely. The American people can count on DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, whereby, by the way, the Democrats have their own DOGE, and it's known as Democrats Obsessed with Government Excess.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, that's pretty much it. No, we are going to root out waste, abuse, fraud, corruption, and those who are ineligible receiving taxpayer dollars. As a matter of fact, I have a bill ordering those departments in the bill, making it a required law that they have better systems for overpayments, and they have a operation in place for collections on overpayments for recovery, which currently, I guess I was going to say believe it or not, but you believe it, they do not do. When they overpay somebody, basically they don't even do anything about it.
What? They don't try to recover it even. Oh my God.
Right.
Wow.
Right.
We hear from here, the usual gaggle in the Philadelphia suburbs. Madeline Dean, I call her the Dean of Decency. She goes on shows here locally and says, I am a no because this is not a clean bill. What the heck do they mean by that? And what's the Republican response to that nonsense?
Oh, yeah, well, I think if it were 100% clean, the only thing that's not clean about it, a clean CR, which again is their budget from last year,
right?
And perfectly without 0.1% change, that would make it clean in their view, I guess. We did do, because we have the extra cash that was allocated and not used from the IRS, which I mentioned, the $20 billion, and the $10 billion coming out of commerce. And we added in those other programs that I mentioned, $6 billion for PAC, flood insurance. We extended those programs, like $420 million for food delivery to seniors in the commodity supplement food program. Why my friend Madeline would be against that. Look, they're just against it because they're making things up. And you know what their other reasoning is, by the way, for being against it?
What's that?
They would because they want DOGE to slow down.
Right.
That's what they stated in their negotiations. They want DOGE to stop and cease. And the other thing is that they want no cuts to Medicaid. And that's just a complete, utter falsehood, utter farce, a complete fabrication. Nobody's looking to cut Medicaid benefits. I'll clarify, benefits. But if there's waste, abuse, and fraud, and by the way, the government, the OMB, as well as the GAO, stated that there's $50 billion of overpayments and waste taking place.
I wanted to squeeze in one other question, because I know you're being generous with your time. I waited until you came on today to get your take first. We talked about it yesterday. This auto pen business being looked at with Biden, and Mike Johnson, the speaker, is saying that Biden told him he didn't even know he signed an executive order. What do we know about that? What are you saying about it?
Well, that point where Mike Johnson said, Speaker, that's totally true. I saw him that afternoon after he came back from the White House, and he privately told me that story. And then he said it in conference, and clearly he's saying it to the American public. Yeah, that he asked. He's from Louisiana, an energy producing state like Pennsylvania, and he said, Mr. President, you just put a prohibition on exports of LNG. New LNG projects, and President Biden said, no, I didn't. I just told him to do a study. So, yeah, he didn't know what he was signing. Who was actually running the White House is a good question. Some say it was Jake Sullivan. I tend to lean in that direction, Barack Obama. And, Joe Biden to an extent. I mean, we saw the mental decline. We saw what was going on. We saw him shaking hands with no one. And we also saw the media and all his sycophants around him, that all they care about is power and control and not what's in the best interest of our country, stating that he was fine, where he clearly was not fine.
This could even be a criminal matter, I think, if you're using that auto pen to sign things that only the president is supposed to be signing.
Yeah, it could be, but that's another investigation, perhaps that our committee will consider. But on the same note, yeah, we got to go back and make sure that such things weren't falsified, or it's going to be tough, though. It's going to be tough. Look, they did a lot of things that we were very, very troubled by. Unfortunately, the American people recognized it and threw them the hell out.
Congressman, thank you very much. Thanks for the insight. Happy voting today, and thank you for joining us again.
Hey, Dom, really appreciate you. Keep up the great work. Thanks very much.
Congressman Dan Muser here. All right, Madeline Dean, that bill is not clean. Send it out there. Launder it. Madeline. I slipped up there a little bit.
Decency.
Yeah, it's not decent either.
Decency.
What is wrong with people in these suburbs? We go through this all the time. By the way, the Joe Kahn guy, and that's a great guy that you want as DA, the con man out in Bucks County is running. Thank you, Bill from Bucks. And he'll be running against a very good DA out there. Does he have a chance? Yeah, he's going to have a lot of money, the usual organizations. Larry Krasner of the suburbs, Joe Kahn. All right, so put that on your radar screen. I know they're ready out there in Bucks County. All right, coming up, more of your calls at 855-839-1210. We got a lot of great stuff today on people going back 5 years. Seems like an eternity. The things that happened, Bucks County was an epicenter of this. I'd love to just get Dr. Damsker on one more time. Remember hearing him talk? Remember the surge he had because of how credible he was? You don't need 6 feet in schools. 3 feet's plenty. Wow, that opened up everything. What are we waiting for? I want to say, too, on the upside, I remember the Souderton School District fondly. They did the right things. They were very creative, more so than others, kept kids in school. Catholic schools, same thing. Why didn't the public schools do that? Well, people like Randy Weingarten, public enemy number one, who helped to drive this. All right, also coming up, I'll ask Dan and Henry. I'm not sure if Anthony Dorenzo popped in and saw me today, former producer. He thinks there might be younger people not minding, in his mind, what Trump is doing with the tariffs and even liking it because he's bringing back, allegedly, in this American business, and that'll be good. It's a long-term plan. This is the blunt stick to do it. All I know is what's going on right now. They do have to do a better job of connecting those dots, making that case. The markets are not buying it. And it brings up the question, is the stock market a pretty good metric? Rand Paul yesterday wrote a brilliant piece on Twitter why it is a pretty good metric of where people are. Is the stock market not good for America? Yeah, I'm in a camp that think it's a pretty good metric. Well, that's just greed. You're just looking at your 401k. I am. 855-839-1210. If they made the argument enough, we had Steve Moore on yesterday, that this is really about the long-term health of America. And you're going to have this pain during this period of time. This is pretty painful. All right. Let's face it, most people fear the dentist. A lot of people do anyhow, at some level. If not fear, it's like, it's that time again. It's called dentophobia. But Dr. Bentz knows this, and I've seen over the years how he treats patients to deal with this. One patient came in with a full-on anxiety attack, tears and all. Dr. Bentz and his great staff worked with her every step of the way, doing whatever it took, every appointment to make her feel comfortable, gave her space when she needed it, and slowly showed her a positive, comfortable, and safe experience. Now, after a few months, she's comfortable, confident when she visits. This is my dentist. This is my guy. I don't trust, it's not just your teeth, it's oral health, your overall health to anybody. So if you want great dental care, maybe you're just a little bit fearful. You wouldn't even call it, you're anxious about it. Yeah, you don't like that. This is going to be a pleasant dental experience for you. Just give Dr. Bentz a call, get that initial look-see. Maybe dental work you've been putting off. Call 610-272-6949. Make that appointment right now. Finally get the smile you've always wanted to and great health and dental care. 610-272-6949. The website, Bentz, BENTZ, dentalgroup.com.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
We get up Sunday morning, we go grocery shopping. We're at Aldi. Thanks to Dawn Stensland for the Aldi recommendation. It's a lifesaver. It's $5.97 for a carton of eggs, and it says limit 2. And my wife says, grab eggs for the girls. What do you mean for the girls? She goes, well, I'm going to make breakfast for all of them when I get. I said, so you're going to feed the neighborhood when eggs are $5.97 a carton? My head almost exploded. $5.97. Now she wants to feed everybody. Now all of a sudden we're Old Country Buffet.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Oh, mornings. Some people love them.
Okay, you have everything for your math test, and Mom, then you have
Some people hate them.
Everybody get in the car. Go, go, go.
We've all got to do them. Good thing Wawa's up and ready for you every morning. With fresh coffee, hot sizzlies, and fast, friendly service to keep your morning moving right along. Mornings made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
Your new kitchen. Visualize it. Kitchen Magic has just launched its new innovative online kitchen visualizer. Easily experiment with styles, colors, and layouts online and preview your perfect space before your design consultation. Then Kitchen Magic's design experts can refine the details to bring your vision to life. Family owned for 45 years, Kitchen Magic has crafted over 60,000 beautiful American-made kitchens. Right now, enjoy 40% off installation. Visit kitchenmagic.com.
At Wells Fargo, we know what got you into your business. Whether it's manufacturing, running a restaurant, or your business from home. What you didn't get into your business for was banking. But luckily, Wells Fargo offers business checking, payments, and lending all in one place, in your neighborhood and on our app. So you can focus on doing what you love. Wells Fargo, you're good at business, we're good at business banking. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/business. Terms apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Why settle for any meal deal when you can have one you really want? Wawa's $5 Big Breakfast Deal gets you any Sizzly breakfast sandwich, any size and flavor hot or iced coffee, plus a hash brown, all for just $5. Now featuring our new French Toast Sizzly. It's the $5 Big Breakfast Deal, and Wawa made it big just for you. Big taste, big value. Mornings made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
All right, Dr. Giordano. Oh, sorry. Yeah, there you go. Good song.
My bad.
California.
Hey, can I take my answer off the board?
Oh, yeah, that's right. We didn't get yours. Yeah.
The way people talk in California, they use something that not many people elsewhere use, something called vocal fry. So when I think of California, it's
Valley.
always the Valley Girl vocal fry.
Yeah. Also, we have to give him credit that dude originated there, I think. Spicoli. Yeah, I think it originated there. Yes, that's Josh Shapiro.
Why don't you talk with some vocal fry, Dom? I've never heard of it.
Yeah, rest of the show.
I had
these tariffs, dude, they're like bogus, man. I don't know what to do about them, bro.
Yeah, I had not a doctor, a therapist, that physical therapist that talked like that once. And even though it was brilliant therapy, it was a little bit, do this business, you get the cadence of it, and it's not a great cadence. I don't think you could be president speaking like that, nor could you be president speaking.
Why are you talking like that?
Why are you talking like that?
Because this is my voice.
This is my voice.
No, it's not. I heard you talking a minute ago. I know you don't talk like that.
Neither do you, because nobody actually talks like this.
All right, well, Kamala Harris does. Just think of the bullet we dodged. She's speaking at an AI conference. This is Cut 14 yesterday. Over the weekend, she's speaking at it. Listen to this word salad-tree.
I was willing to give up whatever might be the tracking of Kamala Harris's particular fondness for nacho cheese Doritos for the sake of getting a big bag of Doritos as I watched the Oscars.
That's the consumer behavior.
And that's right, but here's the thing. At what point do we also uplift and highlight the consumer's right to also expect, and you can debate with me if it should be a right, I think it should, to expect that the innovation would also be weighted in terms of solving their everyday problems, which are beyond my craving for Doritos, but about whatever, and I know the work is happening around, the scientific discoveries, for example, to cure long-standing diseases. But I'm going to throw out another one. And you all, again, please get back to me any information you have. I would love it if there would be an investment of resources in solving the affordable housing issue in America. Like, help me with that. Help me with that.
All right, well, wait a minute. Deport people that are here illegally. J.D. Vance making a great point. I'm not going to play it now. Well, we know with, in big cities at least, like New York, rentals, but he's claiming even with housing, when you bring in 10, 12, who knows how many million people, you're creating more housing shortages and you're driving up prices. He spoke to the League of Cities, and that's when the hecklers started. They couldn't take it. That J.D. Vance would dare utter that as a problem with people coming here illegally in the numbers that we've seen. All right, let me take a couple more calls. Speaking of RFK Jr., we've already done that a couple times today. He did go to get some fries. I'm not sure if he was eating a hamburger or not with Hannity.
Poutine?
And he didn't mention what we have from I forgot to mention that yesterday, that I have never heard of the Burger King element that Henry was outraged that we didn't know about.
Aioli.
Yes, or Ioya, or it's not the same thing, aioli. Maybe I have heard of it. It's just a different
Did you go home and have a
pronunciation.
conversation with Rose?
Yes, she stands by that Ioya, and we'll have to make some for him. She's always willing to do that.
This is the only time I'll ever say this.
Yeah.
Ro, you're wrong, and I'm only saying that in the hopes that you call us.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
right.
the only reason I will never ever say
I don't
in my
know
life.
what anniversary or what it would take.
Will that encourage her to call? I don't think so.
I happen to be doing Saturday mornings in addition to the weekday for one point, helping the station, and she calls in because of Crocodile Dundee holding up the baby near alligators. That's what propelled her to go nuts.
I never thought I'd see the day where I would say, Roji Giordano, you're wrong, but it's desperation at this point. You got to call us, Ro, please.
Yeah, that's the only time. I'd like to have her and Maisie both on the line. I don't think we've ever heard Maisie. Too much green eye shade stuff over there.
Record one of our dinners sometimes.
Yeah.
I got to have you over.
Yeah, exactly. That's where she's willing to be taped. I don't know if she has an editor or not. All right, 855-839-1210. You get on board. Let's go to Phil in Delaware, who's been holding. All right, Phil, good afternoon. What do you have today, Phil?
Good afternoon. Great listening to you. A few quick things before I get to the side question. I think the big word for that guy protesting, so to speak, is incitement.
Yes.
All they want to do is incite, get people sucked in, and do their things.
Yeah, so Phil, to your point, that's one aspect. He's not just standing there yelling from the river to the sea and all that nonsense. He's inciting people. He's organizing. Some believe he's fundraising, doing other things around Hamas, and that's clearly illegal.
New revenue stream for him.
Yeah.
The next thing is, when I was campaigning for council, I had my mask with my name on it, so when they would look through the screen, they would clearly see my name, because we started looking at people's masks and faces.
Yeah, remember that? The whole mask thing? We had unusual masks, people wearing different masks. That I feel sorry. I still see people. We shop weekly. I'd say every single week I see at least one person in Giant and Flowertown with a mask on. Last week it was 3 that I saw. Now, they may have an underlying thing. I'm not mocking that. But it still seems to be amazing this late in the game to be walking around with masks on.
Yeah, and funny you should mention about anniversaries. I remember a group of us were the last out of a bar when they were closing things down. It felt like the closing scene on Cheers.
Oh, very nice.
We didn't know if they were going to ever reopen, and we were sad to miss our bartenders and restaurant servers.
Sure. Phil, hit me with what do you associate with California?
A couple years ago, I had gotten a postcard from my brother, and the title of it was 4 Seasons of California: Smog, Fires, Earthquakes, and Pot.
Very nice. Henry had the 3 W's there before: women, weed, and weather.
The recipe.
There's attraction. I still think the women are overrated. I don't get that. Wish they could all be California girls. But then my song was Wish They All Could Be South Philly girls. Not going to beat me on that. Absolutely.
You want to sing some of that for us?
I haven't written the full lyrics. I do know where you would go to see all this, though. Passyunk and Mifflin, right there. Right near the museum that I'm in, the Italian-American Museum. Right there. Any time of day. If you're driving by now, just tell me. There's 3 or 4 women walking by. You go, yeah, you're right. Any time of day. You don't have to go to Broad and Walnut or Broadway in New York. 855-839-1210. Coming up, we're going to talk with fabulous name. This is almost like Dawn Fantasia, the Assemblywoman, Zen Honeycutt, who is one of the leaders in the Make America Healthy Again movement / RFK Jr. So what is it, women who came to the Republican side, what do they want? What is it that should be the driving force here? And we'll have, of course, Dom's Money Melody, $50 gift card to Burger King, all in a spectacular 2 o'clock hour.
Talk Radio 1210's 8th Annual Radiothon, benefiting the Travis Manion Foundation, presented by Edelman's Coins. It's Friday, March 21st. Listen from 6 a.m. till 7 p.m. for special guests, surprises, and fun, and help the Travis Manion Foundation empower veterans and families of the fallen, and unite the community through service. Listen all day Friday, March 21st on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. Thanks to our sponsors, Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer, Window Nation, for all of your window and door needs. Visit windownation.com. Hoffman's Exterminating, providing quality service with personalized care for over 35 years. Oliver Heating and Cooling. Call Oliver for all of your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Hey, it's Nick Kale. When choosing a lawn care service, doesn't it make sense to hire a company that provides better results and is safer for your family and pets? That's why I chose Natural Lawn of America, because that's my lawn care company. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, they make sure your lawn thrives naturally season after season. Take advantage of Natural Lawn's limited time offer, free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America, greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief. The best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
April 28th, I can confirm that the Philadelphia Eagles will be here at the White House to celebrate their Super Bowl victory. I know there was a lot of fake news about an invitation that wasn't sent or was sent. We want to correct the record. We sent an invitation. They enthusiastically accepted, and you will see them here on April 28th. And lastly, on...
All right, that's Caroline Levitt telling us, yes, the Eagles will be going there. I am still stunned by this, and you could it'll be interesting to see how Philadelphia reacts to this. The Eagles are golden, when you win in the manner that they did, or will there be criticism? How will Trump react? Well, he said very good things about them and how dominant they were in the Super Bowl. So we'll see how it plays out, but it's true. I predicted, no way. They're not going to do it. All these back and forth people saying it's a done deal. Why don't they go publicly and say it? Now she just said it, and they actually have the date. So this all appears as if it's going to happen. I think that most of these, I don't remember any where there's been trouble per se, other than some players not going. So do you think all Eagles will go. That's the next bridge. And Henry, you're probably going to say yes. I'm going to say no.
I think maybe some Eagles skip out now that they're just not on the team anymore. I feel like we lost half the defense. In free agency
I meant
yesterday.
people that are actually on the team at that point.
Well,
They'll all go?
well, that's what I'm saying. Well, they're still a part of the team. They won the championship.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just saying they departed the team via free
I don't know how that
agency.
works.
I don't know how that works either. I think anyone who, I think they'll have full attendance. I do.
Okay.
I like to believe they will.
All right. And Dan, you're in that camp too, full attendance?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I think they're going to have a fully unanimous trip there because I think if there are players against Trump, which I'm sure there are, I think you got to first respect the office, but doesn't that give them some face time with the president to express their opinion? Maybe?
Well, that's what I remember way back when not overrated as a player. I think he was a great player, maybe even underrated as a player. Malcolm Jenkins was saying all these things, and we would have loved to get him on. He would have been worth 3 hours in studio then, and here would have been his opportunity to make his point about criminal justice to Trump, of all people, who I think Trump went overboard, and I think a lot of people think that Trump went overboard on the so-called criminal justice reform. I'm not supportive of some of the things that happened there. So how in the world would you say you couldn't talk to Trump, of all people, about criminal justice for him? He wants to hear stuff like that. All right, is Zen Honeycutt there? I'm a little okay. That's all right.
I don't know what's going on.
All right,
Yeah,
we'll check in.
As possible.
We'll check in with her soon enough here. So we've had great calls today. That this is the 5th anniversary World COVID Day and Spanish Flu Day for some reason, both in the same day. About 5 years and still not a reckoning. How in the world? Well, you can see by the media. I've read several publications today, and what they leave out. Pennsylvania, for example, we had to get 2 constitutional amendments to stop Wolf from what he was doing. That's what it took Republicans to do. Now how hard it is to get constitutional amendments. They basically limited the power of the government to have an unending emergency to keep everybody shut down. The other thing they're not emphasizing today, and it's in my bailiwick, other bailiwick, schools. The learning loss. I mean, America's public schools, by and large, were already, in many instances, sucked, pathetic. You know it, and I know it. And after this, the learning devastation, we have not had a Manhattan Project to bring us back from this. In fact, this is cut 18, Dan. Randy Weingarten, public enemy number 1, who wrote the memo, keep those schools closed, she told the CDC woman, or else. During the throes of COVID, she was on Morning Joe today, and she warned about a big danger that will happen if the Department of Education gets diminished or ultimately by Congress gets taken away. Listen to what she's fearful of. She's right to be fearful of this because this movement would free up America. This movement would liberate people, and she's not going to allow it.
We know, for example, what Texas would do.
Right.
They'll use it for vouchers. So they won't give it to the kids who have it now. They'll just give it for vouchers.
Catholic schools, religious schools.
And frankly, what we're seeing in all the programs that are now extant in terms of vouchers, they don't work for kids. They basically go right now. It becomes a tax credit for people who already are sending their kids to private schools. So it's income redistribution.
Can you imagine these poor kids and their parents trying to get out for one reason or another of these rotten schools? And she's afraid if the Department of Education goes away. Remember, it's a vehicle to dispense what the left wants. Money, threats, etc. Then places like Texas will put more into vouchers. Just think of how liberating this would be. Those that are left behind in the public schools, their parents, they want to stay there. Oh, well, we can't win everything, but we're going to win a lot of kids over. I'm watching now that this Palestinian activist, his deportation has been halted by a federal judge. I hope the Trump administration fights this up and down the line. This guy and people like him, not only do they have to go, but the Democrat Party has to be made to answer. every chance we get. I realize the media, some of them don't have an appetite for this. How can you support a group this guy represents, Hamas, and or other Islamic groups that are close to that or their driving force? Let's get rid of Western civilization. As he comes to this country to partake in all the goodies that are here, what would he replace it with? Sharia law. What else would he replace it with? He would replace it with diminishing women. That's exactly, to me, what all the cover-up and all the rest of the nonsense is. It's diminishing. Well, the women don't feel that way. That's fine. They have every right in America to cover up, to do all that, to be subservient. They have every right to do it. And we have every right to ask, why is it when it really comes to women in sports, they want to die on the hill of supporting people who are not women, going against women and taking away fairness in athletic competitions? Why is it they want to be supportive of a guy like this? Is it freedom of speech? No, what it comes down to, they're willing to die on the hill of a person who supports policies that are clear to me, that are anti-American, anti-Western civilization, and anti-woman in any real sense of how we see women. Of course, Columbia students now are rallying over the Gaza genocide and rallying over this guy as the federal judge has intervened here and has hauled it, this deportation from this guy at Washington Square Park in New York, big rally as we speak. Who are these people rallying with them? Well, it shows you the difficulty. We have someone here who hates America, hates Western civilization, wants to completely destroy it, and he's here on a visa. We're even unclear if he's a student at Columbia anymore. And yet we're having federal judges and Democrats die on a hill to tell us what I've said about this. If we don't engage in it, we don't support free speech. Okay, coming up is we'll talk with Zen Honeycutt, and we'll push Money Melody back to 2:30 today. You'll have a chance at that $50 Burger King card and all that aioli that you can muster up from it. But this story right here, you have people saying, I have a green card too. Am I next? Well, I don't know, buddy. If you support a terrorist group by law, you might be next. And then next and next and next. And we're not going to be lectured to about the First Amendment by people who want to use it to take down this country. It's not a suicide pact. That's the best that I can say it on this. Well, we're constrained by that, so this guy can aid and abet what has been legally deemed a terrorist group. I will talk with Zen Honeycutt, founding director of Moms Across America, National Coalition of Unstoppable Moms, author of Unstoppable, and one of the biggest supporters of Make America Healthy Again, and then Money Melody, all straight ahead.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
This is Len Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you're never injured on the job, we mean it. But if you suffer a work injury, we will work quickly and tirelessly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And when we also say there are never, ever any upfront fees, we mean it. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Jenkintown residents say they're still concerned about lingering health impacts from the SPS factory fire last month. There's a bill in New Jersey that would require the state education department to create guidelines for cell phone use in schools. And yesterday kicked off Philly's first sanctioned season of high school girls flag football.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Ever feel like there aren't enough hours in the day? If you get busy or miss your favorite show, don't worry. With Rewind, available exclusively on the free Odyssey app, you can stream your favorite shows on demand. You know your day is better with us. Get the news that matters to you from the local voices you trust. No matter what you're up to, give it a try. To get started, download the free Odyssey app and search for your station. That's AUDACY.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Unstoppable today. Unstoppable today. Unstoppable today.
All right, welcome in, everyone. Money Melody at 2:30 today. Your calls first, though, at 855-839-1210. Zen Honeycutt, founding executive director of Moms Across America, National Coalition of Unstoppable Moms, and the author of Unstoppable, joined us once before. Because she was in a big piece about women who moved toward RFK Jr. and what he was proposing, and thus took another look at the Republican Party. How does that look now post-election? Let's go back to Zen Honeycutt. Zen, welcome back to the show. So a question I have for you today is we start to see the genesis of what Kennedy's doing, meeting with these big food companies, et cetera. What is it that you would think would be a success for him and for what you stand for? What is it, if you could be specific, he should accomplish?
Well, thank you so much for having me on the show. I'm so glad you're covering this. What success would mean to me would be to get the toxins, both the ingredients and the contaminants, the things that are not supposed to be there, out of our food supply. That is the ultimate goal. And we are on the way to doing that. It was just announced today that Kennedy is closing the GRAS loophole, which means the program under the FDA called Generally Recognized as Safe is a program in which food companies can submit a document based on their, about their ingredients that they're putting into food and saying, hey, guess what? Here's an ingredient. It's generally recognized as safe because X, Y, and Z, whatever studies that they have that they funded to show that. The problem with this program is that back in 1997, it was made voluntary. So no food companies have been required to even submit the actual ingredients in their food since then. So Kennedy is now closing that loophole, and we're on the way to having more transparency in our food supply and getting these toxins out of our food.
Now, that's something I certainly support. One argument they will make is, though, it's going to be very costly to do this. Have you guys investigated that?
Well, it doesn't seem like it would be more costly to me to simply not allow certain ingredients like carcinogenic red dye 40. We've gotten red dye 3. Well, it'll be out in 2 years. But why do we need red dye 40 when we have beet juice or carrot juice or other types of dyes that are used in Europe? Kellogg's is making the same foods in Europe as they are here. They're just using toxic chemicals here. So they have the capability. And if it does cost a little bit more, then maybe the CEO shouldn't make $50 million a year. Maybe they could make $40 million.
Well, the other argument is it's going to take a period of time. And again, we're going to see with beef tallow versus seed oil, with Steak and Shake and others, to adjust Americans' palate. In other words, we've gotten used to this. Now, maybe with kids starting out fresh, that would be different. But what's the response to saying, well, these food companies know they've gotten Americans hooked on the amount of sugar. I'm not sure how the dye works to hook them. And getting that out is going to be very tough. Americans are going to say, this doesn't taste right.
I don't know about that. I think that beef tallow, the original French fries cooked by McDonald's, were cooked in beef tallow, and they tasted great. And since then, they've used seed oils that have flavorings
Right.
of beef tallow. So why not just have the beef tallow? But I would urge people to keep in mind that needs to be beef tallow from grass-fed, grass-finished cows and not fed GMO grain sprayed with glyphosate, or from confined animal feeding operations, right, where they are injected with antibiotics and all that, because then you're going to have beef tallow that's high in heavy metals, antibiotics. There's also beef tallow that has deodorizers in it. And, it's just there's toxic chemicals in there. So once again, we have to read the labels of this beef tallow and make sure it's 100% only beef tallow and not deodorizers, and ideally from grass-fed finished cows. And as far as flavor goes, a person's palate for sugar, and I saw this directly in my son who eats only organic, whole foods, mostly plant-based. He does eat some meat now. But his appetite for sugar has dramatically diminished, and it only takes a couple weeks, maybe even for some people a week, to dramatically reduce their cravings for sugar. And you know why? Because it's the bacteria in the gut that are craving the sugar or the salt or whatever. It's the bacteria in the gut that you're feeding that has the cravings for those particular foods. So it doesn't take very long to shift the palate. And if you're concerned about changes and people feeling inconvenienced or uncomfortable, I would urge you to consider that cancer is very uncomfortable.
Well,
and there's a lot of changes that you have to make.
One area here, when we talk about farmers, is an area of contention. I get it with big agriculture doing the same thing for their benefit. It makes it more convenient, some of the things you talked about. But there is the average farmer, too. And their groups are kind of concerned of what it would be like for them. If it's as rigorous as I think you're talking about, for those farmers, it would be very difficult, is their argument.
So it would be a transition, but the difficulty that they would need to go through would, in the long run, be much better for them, because what they're using right now, the glyphosate and the pesticides, all the different pesticides and fertilizers, are actually destroying their soil. And this has scientifically been proven over and over again. You use one pass of glyphosate and it decreases the earthworm activity and the soil nutrient by 40%, one pass. And if you use just 1/40th of the amount of glyphosate, that's a drift level exposure, you're reducing the nutrient uptake into the shoot of the plant by 80 to 95%. So you're essentially growing nutrient deficient junk food. And that plant has a weakened immune system. Those nutrients that I mentioned are magnesium, iron, and zinc. So that plant has a weakened immune system. Dr. Don Huber, who's a 60-year plant pathologist and a farmer, says that glyphosate essentially gives the plant AIDS. It gives it an autoimmune system problem, and that's why the normally harmless bacteria in the soil kills it. So any application of glyphosate, even a drift exposure, is causing American farmers to grow junk food, which then increases the pests that come to their crops
Zen, you don't
and
want,
makes their farming more difficult.
Don't maybe we expand so-called organic farming, things of that nature. People that engage farmers and do that can advertise that. That's where the thing is. But you want by law to stop them from doing this.
I want by law for no poisons to be allowed in our food supply. Now, it doesn't even have to be by law. The farmers could just stop doing this. And it doesn't even have to be USDA organic. It could just be organically grown. Our moms, when they look a farmer in the eye at the farmer's market and they ask, are you using glyphosate and other toxic chemicals? And they say no, they buy that food. They support the farmers that are not using the toxins. Doesn't have to be USDA organic. If we can look them in the eye and we can trust them, that's good on us. So, Connecticut has a farmer's pledge. I trust that food. It's not USDA organic. They go beyond USDA organic. So we're just encouraging farmers to do what's best for their soil, what's best for their family members, their laborers, for themselves, and for the health of the crop, and to go completely non-toxic as far as the chemicals go, and no GMOs.
Okay.
And this is the type of farming that's happened for thousands of years. This is not a new thing.
Now,
this is what's been done for thousands of years.
Now, aside the food lane, I think is Kennedy's best lane. But the battle over autism and the look at that, the relook we're going to have around this, what does your group say about that, Zen?
Oh, we're super excited about that. Kennedy's doing exactly what he said he would do. Trump is, allowing him to do exactly what he said he would do. And what I'm excited about is that I just submitted to Kennedy, and he sent it out to the entire, HHS, NIH, documentation on glyphosate that has been found in all 5 childhood vaccines that we tested. And the one that had the highest amount, 25 times higher, was the MMR vaccine. And that MMR vaccine for measles, mumps, and rubella is the vaccine that Andy Wakefield got vilified over, saying that
wait a minute, wait a minute, Zen, though. But,
he lost his license.
Okay, well, I think Andy Wakefield has a lot to account for. I don't know in that specific.
He's exactly correct. What he said was that the vaccine caused gut dysbiosis. He didn't say it caused autism. But what we found with glyphosate in the MMR vaccine, 25 to 34 times higher than the other vaccines, is that that's exactly what it does. It causes gut dysbiosis.
So does your group advocate not vaccinating kids with that vaccine?
Absolutely not. It has not been shown to be safe to vaccinate. And we have found glyphosate in all childhood vaccines. So why would we recommend that? Until the vaccines are actually proven safe and effective, we wouldn't recommend them.
Okay, so that's what the recommendation would be, what you would be satisfied with Kennedy's legacy time there, that he removes that from the schedule of vaccines.
Well, I didn't say that. I said I want what they're doing right now is looking into them.
Okay.
And until they're proven safe and effective, yes, to not have them, recommended at all. I mean, I wouldn't have them. I personally wouldn't allow them on the market. If something's not safe and effective, why should it be on the market?
Well, this is a matter of, as we both know, big debate. I hear what you're saying, but I think it's a matter of huge debate that we're going to see during this. And I'm on board with him. Go ahead. At
the very least, they need to allow informed consent.
Of course,
they need to be informed of the side effects, and it needs to show on the label what the ingredients are in that product.
I would support that without a doubt. Now, Zen, is there a website? Is there a place where people can go to see your group?
Yes, momsacrossamerica.org or .com. We have both of them. And Monday nights, we have Moms Connect calls. It's for mothers and others who want actions and solutions to create healthy communities. Monday nights, 7 p.m. Eastern Time.
Thank you for coming back again. Hope to talk with you very soon. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me on. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Zen Honeycutt here on Talk Radio 1210. For listeners, Dan, I don't know if that name rings a bell, but I'll just be clear. I heard what she recalculated talking about Wakefield, one of the most destructive figures imaginable from Great Britain. So I see that as consensus opinion on that. I wouldn't be citing that guy, but I heard her rebuttal on it. This is big stuff. That's why I wanted you to hear. I mean, what Kennedy's involved in here, one way or another, is as big almost as the presidency. You know how big defense, we know all that. But what he's engaged in, and some of this stuff is going to be, when we get to the details, with farmers, for example. I don't know how many farmers we have listening. We have quite a reach. Do you think farmers should be mandated along these lines? And we're not talking about big agriculture. We're talking about some that are the family farm, something of that nature, who also would be examined during this. All right, 855-839-1210. Dom's Money Melody a little bit later today. That'll be at 2:30. But a lot of issues right here around coming up here around this guy being deported. I couldn't be more adamant. Rubio, the Secretary of State, has put out some of the propaganda he was involved in creating and putting out around Hamas, which is labeled by law a terrorist organization, aiding and abetting a terrorist organization. Well, don't you have a right to say that in America? You don't have a right here on a visa to push this toward aiding and abetting this. And you go around as your calling card saying you want to end Western civilization. You are suspect right here and right now. But Democrats want to continue down the lines of these two positions, the trans issue, and this guy has become now the centerpiece of this. By the way, we had a bit of an answer today from Congressman Muser on this auto pen that Joe Biden allegedly somebody else probably used. Evidence was put out that Biden was vacationing. What else is new? While this was being signed in Washington. Some of this involves the pardons. And that would make those pardons null and void. Fauci, Liz Cheney, Hunter Biden, if signed by this auto pen, and it's, he said it's going to be hard to prove this stuff, but it gets to who was actually running the White House during this period of time and how much people like Jake Tapper and others have to account for. All right, coming up, we'll have Dom's Money Melody. Phone lines are 855. Oh, okay. All right, let's do Money Melody now.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
All right, great prize today. We have a $50 gift card to Burger King. Coke Zero Sugar is now available at Burger King. Real Coca-Cola taste, zero sugar. Pair an ice-cold Coke Zero Sugar with the new Steakhouse Bacon Whopper sandwich with Swiss cheese, iconic A1 sauce, crispy onions, and peppercorn aioli, or other pronunciation. Aioli. Available now for a limited time at participating Burger King restaurants. Okay, what do we have?
Yeah, Dom, so today we're asking stuff associated with California. Always a great song, California Dreamin'. We're going to play back a cover of California Dreamin' done by a person who provided my mom her longtime perfume.
Okay.
Yeah, big clue today.
All right.
But this person started out as a singer, then moved into, more of a rapper, moved into the realm of acting, and occasionally puts out some tunes. Big, long list resume, man. Golden Globe, Primetime Emmy, Grammy Award. So we're looking for the cover artist today, Dom, singing California Dreamin' from a person who grew up in New Jersey and now lives in Beverly Hills, California. Take a listen.
All the leaves are brown and the sky is gray. I went for a walk on a winter's day. I'd be so safe and warm if I was in it.
So, Dom, who is that voice? We're looking for the cover artist today to win that great $50 for Burger King.
Misses the rhythm of that song, in my view.
Oh, come on. I think it's fantastic.
Yeah,
It's very
play the
jazzy.
original. Yeah, well, it may be jazzy. I just am not a fan of the
I'd like a
original.
little faster paced.
Yeah,
up the
exactly.
tempo.
Yeah,
But
that's
the
what's
vocal
supposed to be.
stylings is very
No,
good. Right?
she's great, but I just don't think it fits after hearing that 500 times.
You can now find her, Dom, on network television.
All right, hit us with that and a $50 Burger King card you get, seed oil or not. 855-839-1210, your choice. Jump on board. Let's get a winner here coming up.
California dreaming on such a winter's day.
Buy low, sell high. It's a cardinal rule of investing. With the market near record highs, you need a proven system that protects what you have earned without sacrificing opportunity for growth.
Jim O'Neill, Huntington Valley, Pennsylvania. With the stock market at record highs, I would recommend taking your money and put it into a crash-proof retirement system. This year, I have earned over 14%, and it can't be taken away.
Gail Schlosser, I'm getting great returns, up to 12 to 15%, and it's not going to dwindle away in the stock market.
Regina Kukulski, Langhorne. This year, I earned 10.5% interest. I feel really good looking at that because it's not money I lost.
Dolores Queen, Hatboro, Pennsylvania. We have outperformed the market this year, and when we earn 14%, it's ours to keep.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Spring Mill Country Club on March 18th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Does your current trophy wife want a life insurance policy 3 times the size of your previous mistakes? Relax and call Big Lou at Term Provider. Big Lou says if you're in your 50s, even a bit porky, a $1 million term life policy should only cost about $200 to $300 per month. Call Big Lou at 800-529-2856. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He likes trophies, too. For affordable life insurance, call 800-529-2856.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's big. Rob Schmidt recently beat CNN in key ratings as millions are tuning into Newsmax. Every night, Rob Schmidt is on Newsmax revealing the truth about Elon Musk's Doge. Tune in tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern and find out why Rob is the hottest person in cable news. Even President Trump is watching, and he says Newsmax is terrific. Reuters Institute reports that Newsmax is now one of the top news brands in America. Find out why. Just check out Newsmax on your cable system. Get Rob Schmidt with Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and much more. Download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone or home TV to start watching. It takes just seconds. With Newsmax Plus, you can watch our great shows anytime. Go to newsmaxplus.com and start your free trial. That's newsmaxplus.com. Make the switch to Newsmax today.
Hey, navigation, take me to turnersvillejeep.com.
March Mania is running wild at turnersvillejeep.com, and they're offering super low lease payments on select models. turnersvillejeep.com is home to over 200 Jeeps and Rams in stock and ready for immediate delivery. turnersvillejeep.com has a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Online 24/7 at turnersvillejeep.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Weather is sponsored by Natural Lawn of America.
Spring-like conditions continue across the Delaware Valley today with high temperatures about 20 degrees above average. Plenty of sunshine, turning breezy with a high 71. Tonight, a cold front comes through the region, just bringing some clouds, low 42. And cooler on Wednesday, partly sunny with a high near 60.
Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
It's Don Money Melody.
Okay, side question today. California, something associated with it. This song is very, very California. Who is it that is covering it?
Such a winter's day, California, California dreaming, California dreaming.
All right, let's go to Julia in Telford. Julia, who's covering the song?
Gosh, it's sounding when you played it right there. It's sounding like someone different than I was gonna guess. I don't know which to pick now. Oh man.
Think of the clues. Yeah.
Trust your gut, Julia.
Yeah, go ahead, Julia.
It really sounds like. Oh, now it's sounding like Lady Gaga to me.
No, I think you may have told Henry the right answer, too. So we'll see. Danny in Center City. Danny, who's singing the song?
I'm taking a shot here, Dom. I'm going to go with Queen Latifah.
Yes, it is Queen Latifah, who I had on the show once. And
wait, you did?
Oh, yeah.
I had no idea.
I forget if it was a book or what it was. She was in the news, too.
What did you guys talk about? Just the book? Or?
Yes, and she's a capitalist, so I said, we were going along fine, so I said, well, you're really a conservative based on these views. And then, it was difficult for her. Not in like an emotional thing, but it was. I would say it was 10 to 12 years ago, maybe 10.
Wow.
Yeah. Absolutely.
That sounds
The Queen.
fascinating.
Yeah.
I'd love to hear.
Oh,
to hear you go back and forth with Queen Latifah.
She was very much in the mode that time of not being the typical liberal, for want of a better term. I forget if it was a book or a women's seminar thing she was doing. I've had Mika Brzezinski on. That didn't go nearly as well, though. But
how did you address her?
Queen, of course.
Queen? You didn't call her Dana?
No.
Or Miss Latifah?
No, I think I said I would always go with Queen in that type of thing, since that's the, if we're saying what her real name is or something, she's the Queen. Yeah,
Dana Elaine Owens, first ever hip hop artist to receive a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, Primetime Emmy Award winner, Grammy, Golden Globe, SAG Awards. A great actress now, playing The Equalizer on CBS.
The Equalizer's still on. Okay. Yeah, it may have been that, promoting a show.
Oh, yeah?
I could Google it, and I think I could find something that would indicate that. I remember it, and she couldn't quite go there. And I get it. Maybe that was too much billing to say conservative, but definitely it was about capitalism and how capitalism shouldn't be run down and people doing it. She was in the news around that time with something like some self-help in addition to everything else. Yeah.
That's fascinating.
Yeah, it was. She was very good.
And my mom does indeed wear her perfume.
Okay. By the way, speaking of all that, it is true from where I can tell today, and we don't eat a lot of eggs. So I don't remember the last time we had to buy a dozen eggs. But egg prices have recently declined. They've gone down. I'm not going to be one of those guys saying it's all over with the egg thing, but there is a significant decrease in egg prices. Now, is this just due to the fact that we're starting to recoup the chickens, whatever? Are they doing anything else around this, removing some regulations here and there? But if Democrats can't talk about eggs, and then we're going to shift to other things in the grocery store, and that is a process that's going to be difficult. They caused it. But I look at Jersey, and I hear these Democrats, Gottmeyer, one of their leaders for governor, talking about the issue in Jersey is affordability. Well, yes, that's true, and that's why you can't be governor. That's why no Democrat should be in office. Everyone that you remove, you get closer toward affordability. Even the best of them are not going to make things affordable. They may not directly think they're doing that, but their policies end up doing it. So egg prices, and we'll monitor it each day to see where they go. The other thing that's been happening since we've been talking, the United States has restored military support and intelligence support for Ukraine, and Ukraine has told them, Rubio and Mike Waltz announcing it, they're on board with having a ceasefire now. They're in the ceasefire mode. Now, that doesn't mean they're going to do a ceasefire just willy-nilly, but apparently the Russians now are the party. Do they want to have a ceasefire now to start negotiations, to start that? This is big news. That Ukraine is on board. I haven't seen them say, we need all these conditions. Well, then, in fairness, is Putin up for a ceasefire now? Or does he need some conditions to have a ceasefire? You can make it limited for a month. I think they're going to meet in April, 2 months, and then go for whatever the negotiations start. I think the Trump administration is signaling this is good faith. They got what they wanted. They're restoring military support. I'm not sure, devil in the details, how much, but military support and also intelligence gathering support. That's good news. The ball's moving forward. Ukraine's Rubio in the news conference saying Ukraine's moving forward. That doesn't mean everything is fine. We get that. Now the ball is in the Russians' court. Let's see what Putin says or what Putin does. Now, Putin won't go for a ceasefire. What's the objection? What needs to be done to get it? And I think that Trump could put harsher sanctions back on Russia if there's not some movement, say, within a week or so here. We're seeing some progress. This is the first time we've directly heard that what Ukraine has said has met the standard that Rubio and Waltz talking about today. That's good. All right, that's what everybody wants. Not just back and forth over Ukraine, Russia, getting a ceasefire, then getting the negotiation, and there are going to be sticky details there. without a doubt. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. You get on board. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, you push pound 1210. People on Twitter objecting at a primary for Congressman Massey in Kentucky. The dilemma is this. I think this guy is somebody who just can't vote for this continued government spending. He has objections to it. He's being told, though, you got to take one for the team. Think of Rand Paul. I would say he's even more Rand Paul than Rand Paul, or about equal. Can't vote for it. Every vote is going to be important today around 4 o'clock when they vote. Do they have enough to get over the finish line? President Trump saying, and I get this argument, Massey's got to be a team player on this or we ought to primary him. I don't think we ought to be primarying Massey at all. All right? But if they fail here to get this done, that is going to be a big sign of weakness. Democrats are going to keep their people in line. They're going to vote against this. They know the media will help them in saying that they didn't shut down the government, that somehow or another Republicans did it also. And what they want to cause if the government shuts down is pain. Remember the times when it did shut down? We did this story. We had someone call in about a tavern in downtown Philadelphia. I forget the name, whether it was the Old City Tavern. You know, the whole theme was connected to the Founding Fathers and everything else. They had a big party coming in, and they were told they had to shut down for safety reasons. No, they did it so that these average Americans couldn't make tips and wages. They were going to inflict pain. They also shut down Valley Forge Park. I went to a big rally there with a lot of people, very patriotic, that are listeners. And they actually walked, I think it was a couple of miles, in bare feet, kind of revisiting what people did at Valley Forge. They had no shoes that winter, et cetera. Now, it wasn't winter, but it was not very warm out. So this is what you'll see on Saturday, Democrats trying to inflict pain while not taking any of the burden of a government shutdown. Hard to tell based upon hearing our guest today, Dan Muser, whether or not they have the votes. He did say he thinks they'll get it through, but there are a few people reluctant. Are they grandstanders or people of principle? It depends. I think Massey is a person of principle. He's got a very much a Rand Paul approach. The argument is, though, you got to take it for the team on this one. Bigger battles ahead. We got to get this done to move forward, to get to that reconciliation bill. And then you need 7 Democrats in the Senate to keep the government open. I'm not hopeful they'll do that. I think that's where the shutdown will happen. All right, lightning round next. 855-839-1210.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse and hitting the road.
I know. Just got the notification.
Great. Smooth sailing so far. I'm almost there.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Made it. Safe and sound.
I know.
Well, did you know I was with USPS the whole time?
Oh, yeah. I know.
Keep your business in the know with the USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
When you need to know, depend on
on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Jenkintown residents say they're still concerned about lingering health impacts from the SPS factory fire last month. There's a bill in New Jersey that would require the state education department to create guidelines for cell phone use in schools. And yesterday kicked off Philly's first sanctioned season of high school girls flag football.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra and Philly Sports Put to Music at the Keswick Theater, Saturday, April 5th.
I couldn't imagine how good it would be with the orchestra. Phenomenal.
All his voices are fabulous. He sings, his daughter sings. She was absolutely wonderful, too.
Proceeds go to the 5 Abington fire companies to replace protection gear permanently damaged in the recent SPS fire. That's Conklin and City Rhythm at the Keswick in Glenside, Saturday, April 5th. And help the Abington firefighters. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
At Scott Auto Group, you're welcomed as their guest. Whether shopping for a new car or need vehicle service, Scott Auto Group makes it easy. You'll feel the difference. That's the meaning behind their sailboat logo. Your experience is always smooth sailing. Visit Scott Honda in Westchester and Vineland, New Jersey, Scott Kia in Springfield, and the new Scott Kia of Limerick. Scott has fantastic used cars too at Scott Select Dealership and collision repair at Scott Collision. You'll be seeing a lot more sailboats on the road. Visit scottautogroup.com.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
For the pulse of the city, even if it ain't pretty.
The Dom Giordano program.
On Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
Yes, that is right. Hit us with something associated with California. But I want to go to John in Westchester because this is really important. It's a vote or two today will determine whether we move forward or we have a shutdown blamed on the House. Let's go to John in Westchester. All right, John, what do you think of Massey?
Good afternoon, Dom,
Good afternoon.
Dan, and Henry. Yes, real quick. I have a lot of respect for Congressman Massey, and having grown up in Kentucky, I can understand a lot of his ideology or thoughts. But here's the problem: if they let Thomas Massey write the next bill all by himself and put everything that he wants in there, he'd be the only person that would vote for it. Nobody else would vote for the bill. So it's great to make a stand, but the whole purpose of our Congress is there has to be compromise, and he is too uncompromising to be of value to the Republicans in a time when you only have a 1 or 2 person majority until we can get some of these other people that were taken out of Congress and put into the administration.
Yeah, and I think what will be an illustration of what you're talking about, I think Rand Paul on the Senate side will vote for this. If he doesn't, then that's even more problematic because there we got to get 7 Democrats too.
But I think Rand Paul would vote for it because he is much more amenable to understanding the conditions that are currently afflicting Congress, the House, and the president. I mean, some of these things have to get done. You can play around, and every time the Democrats put the Republicans in a position of having to vote to get a continuous resolution going, the Republicans always cave. Democrats never cave. So you know what? Sometimes being a Republican means you've got to stand up and just say, fine.
Yeah, and again, I would use the Rand Paul. Rand Paul, with most of us, probably you included, is pure on these things. If he goes with it, He's seeing the bigger battle coming up. Now, if Rand Paul votes against it, then you and I have to have another conversation about this. I would agree, particularly when we're down to how close this is going to be. All right, what's your California association?
My California association is Ronald Reagan, president of the Screen Actors Guild, Hollywood, former governor of California, and had his ranch there, and that's where his his retirement was, and also where he would go for a break from Washington, D.C.
Absolutely. Go there if you have a chance. I broadcast from the Reagan Library. It's the what is it? The mountains, the sea, and the land. The three things he wanted there. It's a beautifully done presidential library. Gary,
the women, the weed, and the...
Yeah,
that's not what he said.
No, it's not. It's not with Reagan. And the picture of him on the horse with the cowboy hat on outside is really well done. Gary in Newtown. All right, Gary, what do you have today?
I will ditto you, Don, and say it's a must. It's a must to go visit the Ronald Reagan Museum, and while you're there, go see what most people would when they look at T-shirts is well, the real name is Half Dome. It's Yosemite National Park. It's 8 miles to it, 1 mile in elevation, and 8 miles back. It takes about 12 hours to walk.
All right. Oh my goodness! All right.
It's a long walk.
Yeah, Dave in Oakland. Dave, what's California? What are you pitching here?
Creedence Clearwater Revival.
They're the quintessential California band, you think?
No, but they started in California, and probably nobody really knows that.
I did not know that.
Yeah, I didn't know.
I wouldn't associate with them with
Hey,
that.
San Francisco.
All right, we'll put that in. Earl of Tacony. Earl, what's yours today?
Despite what the California Tourism Bureau tells you, bad weather. It's attributed to Mark Twain, but he never actually said it. He said that the coldest winter he ever spent was summer in San Francisco. If you don't have the fog, you have the smog. Right. I mean, if you head out west to Lancaster, you're going to fry out in the desert. And if you go for up north where, if you head up north where it's colder, they have great ski resorts. If you don't mind 21 feet of snow every winter.
Well, we think of L.A. and San Diego, though, too. That kind of balances the weather there. There's pretty good weather there. Richard in Somerdale. All right, Rich, what's yours?
Hey, how you doing? I just want to say top 5 people in Congress, Paul, Mr. Paul, or Senator Paul, I think he's fabulous.
Oh,
anyway,
I do too, but you know what? He's the standard. If he votes for this, then I would say Massey should vote for it.
Yeah. Right. My California thing is the magnificent giant sequoia trees.
Okay. They are impressive. Joe in Exton. Didn't know he'd be a fan of this, though. Joe, what's your California?
Yes. Hello, Dom, and good afternoon.
Afternoon, Joe.
In the decade of the 1940s, a Californian by the name of Walter Disney came up with a brilliant idea and created single-handedly what was to become a booming cinematographic enterprise with animated figures such as Mickey Mouse, Minnie Mouse, Donald Duck, and Bugs Bunny.
All right, Joe, gotcha. Robert will squeeze in here.
It's more Florida than California at this point.
Well, the Florida one is the biggie now. Yeah, it's really, it takes over. Robert in Ben Salem. Hey, Robert, what do you have today?
Hi, Dom, Dan. Good to talk to you guys today. I'll be very quick. $2.99 a gallon for the first time in 4 years up here in Ben Salem, Dom. I'm ecstatic.
We'll start the gas watch tomorrow. I'm putting it on my sheet for tomorrow. Where's the cheapest gas around? That's good news. I always love that. Yeah.
There's 2 gas stations up here, but my answer is gold. It's called the Golden State because of the 1848 gold rush, and it has the biggest resources of gold in the country outside of Alaska. So I will go with gold, and you guys have a great day.
All right, that's a pretty good one. Henry, no recency bias. What do you see over the grand scheme?
Yeah, I really liked Phil in Delaware's answer of the 4 seasons of Cali, smog, fires, earthquake, and pot. I also like Richard in Westchester's answer of the Rose Bowl and all the pageantry that goes along with it.
Okay.
And Gary in Newtown, he didn't sell it like he sold it to me on the phone, but I'll sell it right now. Half Dome in Yosemite, that's where the North Face
logo
comes from. So I'm going to put that in there, too.
All right, Dan.
All those work for me, Dom.
Oh, all right. Those are the big three. I didn't. Yeah,
I like
wasn't
earthquakes too,
expecting
Joe in
you-
Columbus.
All right, so the Four Seasons of California was a pretty good call. Let's put him into the hat.
Phil goes in the
Phil of Delaware, a new contestant into the hat. All right, we do it all again tomorrow. Rich Chioli's next. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Oh, honey, it's our favorite leaf filter trusted pro, Matt. Matt, come in.